the fight against malaria mass campaign. And the head of state has nominated former Treasury Principal Secretary Kamau Thuge as governor of the Central Bank of Kenya. This is ahead of the imminent retirement of Patrick Njoroge, who was the then CBK governor since June 2015. A statement by the head of public service, Felix Koskei, Thuge's nomination followed a competitive recruitment process carried out by the Public Service Commission. The former PS is currently a senior advisor and head of fiscal and budget policy in the president's office. He is also a member of Ruto's Economic Council. And the Mombasa High Court has dismissed an application by Pastor Ezekiel Odero seeking to unfreeze its bank accounts and reopen his TV stations. Judge Olga Sewe said he doesn't have the authority to intervene in ongoing cases happening in Nairobi courts.
So according to the schedule, to the rules, the High Court station with supervisory jurisdiction over Milimani Chief Magistrate Court would be the High Court at Milimani, Nairobi. It is therefore anomalous for the petitioner to seek to invoke the supervisory jurisdiction of the Magistrate Court in the manner proposed in the second application.
Regarding the closure of his TV station, Zoe further stated that she couldn't give any directions on the matter since there wasn't any official documentation supporting the claim. Meanwhile, controversial pastor Paul Mackenzie has defended himself against claims of leading a cult-like church. In his statement recorded with the police over the Shakahola tragedy, Mackenzie claimed that he neither preached about the end of the world nor called on his followers to fast till death. Mackenzie further says that there is no physical church anywhere, including deep inside Shakahola forest, but says that he bought the 800-acre piece of land in Shakahola, subdivided the pieces to his followers who bought at will, and some of his followers are yet to clear payments for the purchase of the said pieces of land. During his tour of Shakahola Forest on April 24th, Inspector General of Police Japhet Koome said the ownership of the 800-acre piece was in dispute. In the statement, Mackenzie claims that he cannot account for the number of people who were in the forest because he didn't call them, and that there was no sale agreement or title for those who bought the piece of land. Now, Kenya and Somalia have agreed on reopening the 3 border points between the two countries after 12 years of closure. Interior CS Kithure Kindiki said they had agreed on reopening the Mandera, Belet Hawo, Kiunga, Raskamboni and Liboi Dobli that was closed by President Uhuru Kenyatta's administration.
We also are looking at the possibility of opening the border, and we have resolved that the border between Kenya and Somalia will be reopened in a phased-out manner within the next 90 days, starting with the Mandera-Bulahawa border point, which should be open in the next 30 days. Within another 30 days, meaning 60 days, we should be able to open the Liboi Arhar Doble on the Somalia side, and also 90 days, we also hope to be able to open a 3rd border point, which is Kiunga Raskamboni in Lamu County.
This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Asato. Good morning.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
If you go out of this country and come back the same person, then you have a problem. Buy land, 1 million. Put it there for 5 years. What's the purpose?
It'll have increased in value.
No, that's the thing. That's darkness. You know, that's an eclipse. You don't do that.
I hope you don't believe that a hustler is a poor person or that all hustlers are poor. I've seen that conversation.
Tell us, who is a hustler?
Who's a hustler? Hustler is a person who is making a living through hard work.
Corruption in Kenya is a political accusation. The people who are actually corrupt are not pointed fingers at.
Kenya is not free. Kenya imeshikwa na mateka. It's under siege.
Have you seen that lodge on Nyeri Road? Very high fence. You can't even
windows
sleep inside.
Up near the ceiling.
Yes. And if you walk that midnight, you see bats the size of cows.
And when it rains, it doesn't rain on that building.
Yes.
When you're at All Saints and it's raining, it doesn't rain on that building.
The things people will believe.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
The man who looks at a beautiful girl and doesn't talk to her will end up serving lunch at her wedding.
Aye, City. Do like that.
My father has killed a mouse. Will he fail to kill a man?
Ameua panya.
Small mammal, big mammal.
Mtu atamshinda.
What are they saying? How are we comparison? I mean, you kill a mouse.
What are they saying?
What they're saying is, my father has killed a mouse. Will he fail to kill a man? Name, surprise. Someone's name.
The name surprised you?
No, the name is surprise.
No, what am I saying? I'm from Nigeria, man. I met somebody called I Believe. So your name is I Believe? Yes, my name is I Believe. But that's the short form. I said, excuse me? I said, yes, my name is I Believe. So what's the full name? I believe in the goodness of
The Situation Room,
It's Tuesday.
Kenya's biggest conversation.
Right. It's early. And there's a little bit of traffic here and there on these Nairobi streets. Looking at traffic coming in on the Thika Superhighway already, looking like it will be hot and heavy. If you're on Mombasa Road, you're going to find that folks have decided that this is the time that they're going to prepare the road then on the side from General Motors going out towards the junction, towards the southern bypass. So there's going to be a hold up. There already is, and it's creeping back past General Motors. Maybe they will evacuate at some point. We do not know, but it's causing early morning traffic on Mombasa Road, just in case you're heading inbound to the city. All right, what else are we looking at? A little bit here and there on North Airport Road as you approach the southern bypass. Again, on the other side, because of this little construction that's happening this morning. Apart from that, folks are just up and about. We'll probably see a build-up of traffic closer to 7 o'clock. Well, we started Tuesday morning just right. Let's see how it pans out. Talk to us on Spice FM KE on Twitter. Let's keep things moving this Tuesday.
.9 Spice FM, Mombasa. This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latif, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your
day.
So
let's start the day then. If it's the only way, sasa hakuna option, hakuna choice, hakuna otherwise. Tuanze basi. How you doing, Ndu? Guess who's back? Go say hi to him.
Nudu. Sasa
Salimia yeye.
Jambo mingi.
Jambo sana.
Angalia.
Bado kuna homa Okay, nipatie tu homa ili niende.
Let's spread the germs and spread the love.
Huyo dada yetu hakucapture hiyo kwa camera. Go back and repeat.
What are you talking about?
Go and repeat. Go and repeat. Repeat. Now it's
this
on camera.
This is how homa ina spread. Thank you very much for the homa.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Very good. Very good. Very good.
Yes.
Tosha. City Muga.
Yes, please.
Otherwise,
Mazee niko tu at least. Yes.
Hey, karibu bwana.
Thank you, bro.
Yeah. You're home hapana mchezo.
These funny little insects called microbes that you can't actually see. One must be very careful.
Yeah.
You think it's a joke, but the thing can actually make you an ancestor at very short notice.
But welcome.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Welcome back. Yesterday you were fine. You were just generally kuwa tu nini. Maringo kidogo.
No, it's called ensuring. Ensuring. Kuna kozi ingine ilikuwa usiku na asubuhi nikasema hapana. I'm not going to go to the studio to be coughing my lungs out.
That was good thinking.
Yes.
Ona vile mnashine kwa hiyo picha.
Ngala.
All right.
Hey.
Well done.
Hey.
Well done. Looks good, man.
I said no.
They
Kabisa.
even took a picture of my beard.
They even captured your beard.
Yes.
In the photo.
Yes.
Hey. Anyway, habari yako ndu?
Mimi salama.
Uko poa?
Niko poa.
Very good.
Na wewe?
Mimi niko poa pia. Nashukuru Mungu.
Nafurahi kukuona.
Niko papa hapa.
I have a question.
Ask your question.
Swahili 101 on Tuesday at 6:12. What does jinsi mean?
Jinsi wewe ulivyo mkuu, roho yangu na ikuimbie. Jinsi wewe ulivyo mkuu. Now you know that song in English. Translate for yourself.
Oh Lord my God.
See, you sing the chorus.
I know someone. No, fast forward to chorus.
Fast forward to chorus.
Then sings my soul.
Soul.
My save. It's soul. It's soul.
So soul ni roho.
My Savior God to thee.
That one is roho yangu na ikuimbie. Go on.
How great thou art.
Jinsi wewe ulivyo mkuu.
Great.
Thou art
mkuu.
Thou.
Ulivyo.
No, you're right there. Don't overthink it.
How great thou art.
Jinsi wewe ulivyo.
That is the way how you are
great.
also.
Yes. How you are.
Jinsi.
How you are.
Yes.
Ah, voila. Okay.
Umeshika sasa?
Yes.
Very good.
Thank you very much.
Hold on to it.
Very good.
It's not the same as jinsia.
Yeah. You know jinsia?
We're not going to do that. We're not going to confuse Ndu this morning. Okay? Let's agree.
One lesson at a time.
Thank you very much.
All right. One thing at a time. One thing at a time.
Or is it one day at a time?
One day at a time.
That's okay.
All right. Let me tell you what we'll be discussing today. Ruto alifanya like that. And the question is that the best way to recover public resources? And this and the others.
And you assume that was, the exercise was intended to recover public resources. Really?
Or to protect others from going.
That actually usually is the question that one must ask.
To make sure that there was continuum.
Yeah. No. What you see happening and what it obviously appears to lean towards may not necessarily be what is actually happening.
Yes.
And if you look at the speed with which this particular matter was executed, you have to ask, okay, have you heard of any committee? You know these committees, the task forces that we normally form to resolve these things. Have you seen any? It was out.
No, there was Global Fund said this last week. On Thursday. Is when we heard it.
Let's get this thing right. It was reported that the Global Fund said this, and this. And it wasn't fish nets, it was mosquito nets.
Mosquito nets.
Yes. And some of this a figure.
Anyway, we'll talk about it. About it later. So at 7 a.m. we'll be joined by the majority leader in the Nairobi City County Assembly. He's also the MCA for where? City? Makongeni Ward. His name is Peter Imwatok.
Yes, Yateso.
Yateso? He will be here with us at 7 a.m. to talk about national and county manenos. At 8 o'clock, let's talk about... this is tomorrow's. At 8 o'clock... I was about to talk about tomorrow's thing. Today's thing, 8 a.m., we talk about the debt burden and the options. 3 weeks ago, Jimmy Wenjege was here with us, and he was like, okay, guys, I and some people did an audit, and these are the issues about our debt. And he was like, things are heading south. So we've told him, come back. So now if they're heading south, what should we do? Should we head south with them? Should we look for north? And how do we get there? Okay. So he'll be here at 8 o'clock to talk about the options available. And then we'll engage all of us. Tutafanya ile nini kitu inaitwa nini? Engagement. Namna ile
public participation.
Ile public participation. 17 minutes after 6. Let's take a quick break. Take a look at the weather forecast, and then we will acknowledge your presence. If you're online, log on to our social media handles, Spice FM KE on Facebook, on YouTube and Twitter, and let us know where you're locked in from. Hapana sahau, say welcome back to City Muga, and say good morning to Ednah as well.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Close your eyes. Imagine your unsecured personal loan application has been approved. Imagine all the things you can do and buy. Imagine all the life goals you can achieve. Now stop imagining. Talk to your employer to switch to I&M at Work and get access to Kenya's largest unsecured personal loan of up to 10 million shillings. Call 0719 088 000 today. I&M. Tunakujali.
Cloudy conditions in Nairobi this morning. We'll see highs of 26 and lows of 17. Looking into Nakuru, going to highs of 26 today, and will come down to lows of 17. In Nyeri, cloudy conditions at 16, highs of 24 and lows of 15, and 14 it's clear in Eldoret, highs of 25 and lows of 13. It's cloudy in Mombasa this morning, highs of 31 and lows of 26, and we're looking at mostly cloudy conditions in Malindi, highs of 30 and lows of 27. Kisumu is clear at 20, highs of 30 and lows of 20 today. It's 16 and mostly clear in Kakamega, highs of 29 and lows of 16. Into Kampala, it's clear at 18, highs of 28 and lows again of 18. Dar es Salaam is mostly cloudy at 25, highs of 31 and lows of 24, and Johannesburg is cloudy at 10, highs of 14 and lows of 9. Looking into a mostly cloudy Lagos at 27, highs of 30 and lows of 25, and it's mostly cloudy at 25 in Kinshasa, highs of 32 and lows of 24. Tuesday afternoon at 29 in Beijing and sunny, highs of 34 and lows of 21. Paris is cloudy at 7, going to highs of 16, and London is cloudy at 8, going to highs of 17. Monday night is clear at 18 in New York. Going into Tuesday, we'll see highs of 26 and lows of 14.
Spice FM, Nyeri. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4.
Kompyuta imefanya namna hiyo?
Imesema nimeamka nyinyi, but mimi sijaamka. It's trying to wake up.
The computer.
I know that there are many people online this morning.
The computer is doing like that?
Yes, it is, but it's okay in T minus 1, 2, 3.
As it does that, City.
Yes.
Where are we going to this week with our proverbs?
Eritrea.
Where we
is in Eritrea.
Very good. Isaias. Afwork.
Yes. Would you like to hear the proverb?
Yes. Tell us about Eritrea.
Well, I'm going to leave the story of Eritrea for tomorrow.
Okay.
Because it's decent, nice, and lengthy.
It's like a nice, lengthy story.
Yes, and it's spicy. But it's the history of Eritrea is rich.
How many years is Eritrea as a state?
Let's take it this way. It was in the previous century. Yes. Now, you wanted to spoil my story for tomorrow.
Okay.
I've seen you.
Okay.
You ask another question? Which wants to spoil the story?
No.
All right.
No.
Now, you will like this proverb.
Okay.
If a lion shows you its teeth, it doesn't mean it likes you.
If a lion shows its teeth, it doesn't mean it likes you.
Nope.
It's not smiling.
No. It's not.
Ni kubaya.
Yeah. That, yes. Yes.
Where? Hey. Okay.
A lion that's showing its teeth could be laughing, it could be mad in a roar. Huh, interesting.
You speak
Lionese.
Yeah.
Yeah. Don't blame me.
Huh? You can see a lion laughing.
Okay. Lion Whisperer has told us.
Yes.
It could be smiling at
The
you.
lion could be laughing,
happy.
smiling.
It's informing it's going to vote for you.
Inakupenda sana sana sana.
Hakuna mwingine isipokuwa wewe.
Hakuna. Okay. All right. That computer will do its thing. Let's look at the
We'll talk
headlines.
to people in a minute. But hey, folks, we can see you guys online this morning. We know you're there. We'll talk to you in a minute. Sawa.
Yes.
Let me tell you what's in the headlines this morning. On the front page of the Standard, on tax, Ruto is between a rock and a hard place. Not a fun place to be from all intents and purposes, but okay. On this tax thing, is it tax? Is it not tax? Is it I beg? Is it not I beg? Anyway, rock, hard place, Ruto, inside. Health PS, Kemsa bosses fired over 4 billion nets scandal. Oi. Apparently, Shakahola is not the only village that Mackenzie tried to settle in. And there's testimony now of these other villages coming. Say, you know what? We also chased him from here. We saw he was behaving somehow. We told him, get out. Shakahola's not the first place. And judges are saying, don't force learners to pray when in school. That's going to be an interesting one to look at. Mosquito nets deal bites PS and Kemsa bosses is on the front page of The Nation. More pain for hustlers as kerosene and diesel prices jump. Not a good thing. Thuga is nominated as the next CBK governor. And how witchcraft ritual on worker backfired on a giant transport firm. You want to know what that is? On the back page of The Nation today. United Nations. University of Nairobi is the only Kenyan university among the world's top 2,000.
Okay.
You got it right.
Say again.
University of Nairobi is the only Kenyan university among the world's top 2,000.
Wow.
And
That's a nice headline.
It is. And contract teachers will wait till January 2025 to be hired on permanent terms. So you're just on contract for now, folks. 2025 is when we'll see about giving you a permanent job.
Okay. Okay. Hiyo yote iko kwa National Standard.
Kuna ingine lakini nimeanza na hizo.
Umeanza na hizo. Okay. City.
Yes, please.
You have the Star.
Yes, I have the Star.
Now that you're back, you can even look at the Business Daily.
Business I didn't get.
Okay.
It hadn't arrived.
Okay.
I don't know what happens to these things sometimes. I honestly don't. But far be it from me to complain beyond the complaints that I've already
made this morning.
Appointment. Top right-hand corner in Till Green. Okay? Appointment. Former PS Kamau Thuge picked for CBK governor as Njoroge retires. The story is on page 2. Right, bang in the middle. Sack, a day after he swore clean Kemsa after alleged scandal. Ruto fires PS, Kemsa board over tender. President appoints Irungu Nyakera as Kemsa board chair. Okay? CEO, a lady by the name of Terry Ramadhani, was also bundled in this group of people who had to leave. It's a bit quick.
Haraka.
It was speedy. So first one we've seen of this government.
Like chap.
Yes.
6 months. This years has not even served 6 months.
No.
The whole caboodle, everybody gone.
All right.
There we are.
So CEO board PS out.
Yep. So.
Okay.
One has to ask what really happened here.
Yeah, what's the issue?
We know what has been reported, but what actually happened here?
To warrant that, kind of everybody out kind of thing.
What
really
actually happened here?
Yeah.
Okay. That is the question that must be. And not what we've been told we've heard, but what else?
What have we been told? Let's look. It's coming in the wake of 3.7 billion shillings botched tender for the supply of treated mosquito nets to prevent malaria among millions of low-income households. the issue, when we asked him on Sunday about this, he said, watch this space, I'm doing something. You'll see results. I want to give you commitments. I will clean Kemsa. Whatever it takes, whatever it costs, I'll clean it. So, what is it that the Global Fund had issued?
Okay.
Had taken as an issue?
The story, as it was reported last Thursday, was that there was a tender that was then put out for the supply of mosquito nets, right? The amount for the tender was 3.7 billion shillings. Now, obviously, there are tender requirements, stipulations, standards that are supposed to be met. So it is reported that Global Fund took issue with the recruitment process for these suppliers. That some of the some of those firms that had been recruited had no experience whatsoever, according to them. Essentially, they did not meet the threshold for requirements, and this is pre-agreed. So when Global Fund is coming to say, let's have tenders for this, you are on the same page in terms of what the requirements ought to be. So if somebody doesn't meet the mark, you kick them out immediately. They don't even get to the next stage. Global Fund has taken issue that some of the people who ended up in the final pool for would-be suppliers, it was clear for them that they did not meet the requirements at the preliminary stages. So the question marks and red flags started popping up. What's going on here? That you'll find a firm who was then very well equipped, had great experience, had done this kind of work before, and they were bundled out in the very beginning. Others who had nothing in terms of experience and did not meet the initial requirements found themselves as those who had been selected to supply these nets. And so Global Fund took issue with that. Can I ask a
question?
No money has changed hands yet.
Okay,
No, this is just at the tender stage.
Are they saying, therefore, that this process abrogated the procurement?
Yes.
The laws of Kenya.
Or not laws of Kenya, but abrogated the agreement of procurement and tendering between the two parties,
Is
Kemsa
that agreement
and the Global
within
Fund.
in accordance with the laws of Kenya?
That would have to be looked at.
Okay. And see, there's a public procurement oversight authority.
Is it? Yes, there is. PPOA, yes.
Yeah. Was this matter taken to the PPOA?
That's another question that we have to
That's
ask.
where you go first. That's the first avenue for complaints, before you go anywhere else.
Because it's reported that Global Fund was miffed at this, and in fact then they moved the procurement to their online portal. Okay.
Initially they cancelled it.
Yes.
Initially they cancelled it completely and said, hold up, now we're not even doing this thing again. And then the whole
so was
talk
due process then followed?
That's a question as well. Was
on the
due
end
process of the Global Fund?
Of Global Fund. Okay.
Why didn't they just supply the nets?
Who? The Global Fund themselves?
Yeah, because if you supply the nets, the nets come in already procured, processes already been followed. It's just nets. All you do is distribute the nets. Yes.
They're saying they don't have, them
they don't have
procure.
capacity.
Them they
that.
provide the funds.
They provide the funds, but then they're hoping that this rolling out and provision and etc., then be done by somebody who can handle it properly.
Doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense at all. There are people who make nets. These nets are supposed to have been medicated.
Yes.
So that
Treated,
mosquitoes run away.
Yes.
Fly away in this case.
In some cases even die.
Yes.
Okay? Right? So, explain to me what is so difficult about looking for a net manufacturer and knowing the pharmaceutical company that produces the medicine that kills the mosquitoes.
It's not their mandate. It's not their mandate.
And that's where Kemsa comes in.
That's where Kemsa comes in.
That's why they hired Kemsa to do that on their behalf.
Kemsa doesn't manufacture drugs.
No. To source
and
distribute. Now then the guy who's brought in the money comes and says, but who are you sourcing?
Who are you
from?
Then why
and this is the way you must source.
But do you see where it is I am going?
This is where your question comes.
Yes, exactly.
If you've given me the job, let me do it.
Let me do the job. What's wrong with you? See, what you want is nets and they're treated.
If they have
this is the amount.
Our procurement laws, rules,
as
regulations,
an entity, as a sovereign entity.
Yes, then I understand. That should have been at the forefront of the discussion. Our laws and rules and regulations that pertain to procurement were abrogated by Kemsa. And so, the owners of the fund come in and say, guys, your own rules are being abrogated here, for heaven's sake. We gave you this job, but why are you breaking the rules? Because now you're giving an uneven playing field. It's going to create problems for us.
Okay.
Yes, but that's not what's being reported. It's being reported as though the funders want to superintend the very purchase. It's like they've already determined who should win. Who you should buy from.
They have come and said there's only one supplier who met both our standards.
According to them.
Yeah.
Now you see, that's muddying the waters.
There's only one supplier whom we feel,
and you
also feel that they have met the master. But you didn't select
in this country, must you give the tender to the person who quotes the lowest? The answer is no. No. Because that low quotation is not the only criteria that you look at when you want to award a tender.
I'm almost hearing you say as if GF has also played some mago here.
Look, what is being reported doesn't add up. Okay?
There are some questions here and there.
There are too many questions that are rising from this thing here. Yeah. And then, before you can pinpoint and figure out, everyone who is in top management gone, plus board gone.
Booted. Banange. Don't understand.
Usually, when such things happen, the understanding and what's in the public domain is that they want to make a clean sweep.
Yeah.
Yes, that may be true.
Yeah.
But what exactly are they sweeping?
What exactly? Yes.
Or who?
Anyway, these things will become clearer with the passage of time.
As time goes by. Unfortunately, you see what has happened to this Miss Terina Ramadhani? She has been what? Suspended. Not fired.
No, she's been suspended. Yeah.
She's been suspended. The previous CEO had been suspended.
Yeah.
Had Terry been confirmed, by the way?
We don't know.
I thought she had.
Because Dr. Manjari, in that whole COVID blah, blah, blah,
he was
blah,
suspended.
Was suspended.
Yeah.
Now, Dr. Manjari, there's no case before court on him. Nothing, but he has this thing.
He remains suspended.
Monkey's still on his shoulder.
He has this thing. Yeah. You were the guy at Kemsa.
When all this
these things were happening. What these things do to individuals ought to be looked at. In fact, let's talk about those three people in the health sector. Now, Terry Ramadhani. Terry Ramadhani has suddenly, just a couple of weeks ago, she was the one who was brought in to sort out the mess at Kemsa, to clean the image of Kemsa, to do all those things.
And was there any indication she was not doing her job?
She was not doing her job. Now she's been told, you go home. Bah! Suspended. She cannot get a job tomorrow.
Nope.
No.
She cannot apply for a job. Okay?
Well, she can try, but...
She will not. Because DCI have to give her certificate of good conduct. Can they give her certificate of good conduct?
She hasn't been sacked. She's been suspended. It means she still has a job.
She has a job here.
On half pay.
She's maybe going to be under investigation here. So an issue.
It gets genuinely ugly.
Dr. Manjari, who was sacked during that whole COVID Kemsa billionaires scandal, suspended as well, under investigations. Certificate of good conduct cannot obtain. Cannot then get a job. Cannot apply. When people are applying for jobs, like now there's a vacancy in the PS's office. Dr. Manjari qualifies to apply for... He can't apply for that job.
He can't. Actually, if you look at chapter 6, the moment you are tired with that brush, man, you're done for. You are really in trouble.
You are finished.
You're really, really in trouble. You know, your career just goes down the toilet as you watch. Yes.
You just sit back. Was it last month or was it March? In March, the DPP went to court and withdrew charges against some former NHIF bosses.
Yes.
Among them, the former NHIF CEO, Geoffrey Mwangi. Right? Jeff Mwangi, this case had been hanging over him for 5 years.
Now you tell me.
In those 5 years,
what do you think became of this
person cannot work. This person cannot be employed. This person... The only thing you can do is fungua kiosk.
Persona non grata wherever you go.
Mandazi. Yeah. That's the only thing
That's true.
For 5 years. And this is somebody who had worked at NHIF, had risen through the ranks in the finance. He had become finance director. He had become CEO. Boof! Again, suddenly, $1 billion shilling scandal. Go to court. $1 billion shillings lost under your watch. Then, by the way, there's no case.
There's no case.
5 years later. Same thing has happened to Manjari. COVID. Manjari, before coming to Kemsa, was CEC for Health Nakuru. And he had been CEC for Health in Kiambu during Kabogo's term. Before that, he had been medical superintendent in charge of Thika Level 5.
Meaning, this is a seasoned health practitioner.
Yes. But now, because of that,
done.
This thing.
You know the stroke of a pen, your life actually gets extinguished as you watch.
But my problem is that if that is going to be what you're leveling against people, then let it stick.
Yeah.
If it's not, don't do this to people. Because you're going to come back, like we've seen very, very many times, you're going to come back and say, oh, lack of evidence, or let the man go, or let the woman go.
Let me ask
You've
this.
already...
Let me ask this question.
You've done more than taint them. You've scarred these people.
Were the nets procured?
They said, no, this one we're talking about? No. They've cancelled the contract.
I'm just walking through this thing, okay? So what are they being sacked over?
This is it.
The fact that the nets were not procured.
Because now Kenya government has lost an opportunity.
Have they?
And what they've said is that part of that money, of course, all the money was not, here's the money, buy nets, come back. No, there was part of that money that would have gone through management, that would have also then passed through Kemsa's account.
Kemsa would have made some 300 million shillings. 300
million shillings would have passed through or come into Kemsa's account. There would have been other people who would have gotten work because of this contract. So they're saying that the government has lost this opportunity as well as lost the money.
But how is it that the government has lost the opportunity?
It's still going to come. Look, and the truth of the matter, look, guys, the money will still come back. It's not the same Kemsa that they're going to use tomorrow.
I want to ask even further.
The nets are still going to come back.
Who in Global Fund was complaining?
Oui.
Yeah. Who? Was
individual. Which individual?
Is it the head office, whatever the head office is, or is it the Kenyan office? Who was complaining? And can they provide us with the statistics, the figures, the evidence that has made it possible, whatever it is they're complaining about, so that we understand what exactly they're complaining about.
What the issues are.
Because right now, it's hearsay. Now, there are too many unanswered questions in this particular matter. Too many.
There's a lot flying around. Same thing that happened. Same Kemsa. Was it Global Fund or USAID on procurement of antiretrovirus?
Yes.
It was USAID.
It was back and forth and back and forth and back and forth and back and forth.
And then it was like, Kenyans don't have access to HIV medication
Actually,
Kemsa.
Yes, there was a problem there.
Because Kemsa. Because now we are moving away from Kemsa. We are going to this other company that can do the same work as Kemsa.
Meds and what have you. You know something? Let me speak as somebody who has had the experience of dealing with Kemsa. It's a very efficient unit. Do not be fooled. All these scandals seem to paint a picture that Kemsa is one monolith that doesn't function. It's not true, it functions. Not only does it function, they are able to trace to the last place everything they deliver. I know because there was once a batch of drugs, a problem that was supposedly misplaced. Do you know, how did I get to know about it? Because ethics and anti-corruption investigators came to ask, they are tracing this and this and this and this. So when Kemsa delivers, they give you a delivery note. You go through it. And they look, batch number, which one said this one. Okay? Can we see it? Store. Here it is. Fine. We're okay.
Out.
These are the people who are responsible for supplying ARVs throughout all the regions with the highest prevalences in the country. And in those intervening years, one did not hear a squeak about the inefficiency because there was none. And if there was, then you knew on this particular date Kemsa would deliver. Now, what then happened thereafter? When this COVID thing came about and there was this emergency and the picture that was being painted was that Kemsa does not handle this thing. That is not true.
That's not true.
It's not true. They are able to handle, they are able to manage these things.
Anyway, let's take that traffic break. Sawa.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
You think you can guess the year?
2007. That's when the theme song, that's when it premiered for the James Bond movies.
You're half correct. But in terms of guessing the year?
Okay, if not 2007, then 1963.
Oh, now you're just throwing things, eh? You're throwing the sufria and everything outside.
The Spice Drive. Big hair and the biggest hits from the best decade.
Tune in to the Spice Drive with me, Edward Quatch, 3 to 7 in the PM.
The Spice Drive, only on 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Damn.
It's heavy on Sugar Road this morning, getting out into the city. You get onto Landis and some traffic touching on Kamkunji at the roundabout today. Let's look at the Thika Superhighway. What's going on here? Well, it's not too bad. Moving along as you get towards the city, touching on Muranga Road this morning, and a bit of traffic on Kiambu Road. James Gishoro is starting to pile up. It's going to spill over to Wayaki Way, that we know. And this is Manyanja Road, a little bit of traffic. Outer Ring is looking good. You'll be able to get into the city quite unbothered. A little bit of traffic around the eastern bypass taking you out in the general direction of Roy. Apart from that, it looks like you get through Tuesday morning without too much of an issue. Just in case it does pop off, let's talk Spice FM KE on Twitter.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice.
Cindy.
Yeah, let me tell you something that's happening in some part of the country. Where was that story? City, remember you told us about some new malaria that's coming into Kenya? And there was some funny story about this new malaria that's coming to Kenya.
Yes.
Now there's a story I've seen in today's paper. Kemsa has deployed a team to Marsabit to get samples after 9 people dying. The Kenya Medical Research Institute has dispatched a team to Marsabit. 2 of the victims died in hospital, while 9 others died at home, according to a report by the Department of Health. Several people have been admitted across the county in what health officials suspect to be an outbreak of severe malaria. An insider at Kemsa says the team, consisting of scientists and surveillance specialists, was dispatched on Thursday. Kemsa experts were deployed to analyze the cause of death by collecting samples and identifying geographical areas affected by the disease. Marsabit Health CEC Grace Boru said preliminary tests revealed severe malaria and that the patients were responding well to treatment. She said the patients presented with malaria-related symptoms like fever, chills, and severe headache. By yesterday, there were at least 7 patients admitted with severe malaria in a hospital there. The hospital's chief executive officer, Leiban Wako, said the facility has reported a surge in severe malaria cases in the past 2 months. That is something to watch.
It is.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
You know, one of the things that Kenya Medical Research Institute has done for the longest time is focus the research on malaria. Now, somebody asked, but surely this one insect, why do people keep studying it? It's because it mutates. And when it mutates, it means it begins to understand whatever it is you've constituted to work against it. And it adapts to it. So whatever you have isn't effective. So the likelihood of it affecting you adversely is very, very high. Now, the thing about having a global village and people traveling back and forth all over the place, one of the things that we do as we travel, we also transmit diseases right across the globe.
As we move.
So diseases that previously may not have existed in those areas will exist now. COVID taught us this in great detail. Now, what surveillance does over time, and this is something the Ministry of Health does fairly well, is to give you an indication of not just diseases, but emerging diseases and where they can be found so that they are nipped in the bud. Now, the processes of preventing malaria from actually doing what it does, it means killing mosquitoes. That's what it does. Now, it's something that the government for the longest time had a handle on. But when you hear that the rains are coming, remember we said this in the same studio, rains are here, diseases will follow.
Yes, they will.
So, we're dealing with malaria now. Cholera will follow somewhere along the line. Other waterborne diseases will follow. And somehow, it'll be a test for the Ministry of Health to see their levels of preparedness, because these are definitely coming. Definitely. And remember, when you're dealing with the people who have already gone through a serious bout of drought, what then is rife even among children is malnutrition.
Yeah.
So now with that malnutrition, you have weakened bodies. So the likelihood of getting sick is that much higher. Because if you're that unwell, your immune system will also be low. So diseases will attack you and it will have some very severe effects on you. Again, the Ministry of Health has its work cut out for them.
Okay.
Okay, we can't stop talking about Shakahola because those numbers that we see. Exhumation resumes today, according to the state. And it's interesting because Mackenzie's assistant's wife, so his wife's assistant, Mackenzie's assistant, now the wife of his assistant, right, has been arrested over cult deaths. Forensic investigators are expected back at Shakahola Forest in Kilifi County today to exhume more bodies of victims of a cult linked to Pastor Paul Mackenzie. So if they're saying they're planning to go back to exhume, that means they know they are there for exhumation. Yesterday, this headline then is confusing because the person who's arrested is a woman. So yes. Mackenzie assistant's wife.
Yesterday, what happened?
She was arrested. She's the wife of Mackenzie, and second in command to Smart Mwakahala. She was interrogated at the Malindi Directorate.
So Mwakahola's wife who's been arrested.
It's just confusing.
Mwakahola is the second in command.
Yeah. Anyway, she was questioned for a few hours and about her role in the church's suspicious activities. She's a mother of 6. She asked to see her children, who she said she left in the Shakahola forest 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
Excuse me. She was among 9 people rescued by police on Sunday night. She was then taken to the Malindi Sub-County Hospital for treatment, after which she was what? She was arrested. Yesterday at around 1 p.m., she was taken to the Malindi police station for questioning. When asked what she would like to eat, she asked her sister to buy her bread and a soft drink. So I guess the starvation comes to an end at some point.
But was she caught starving? When she was rescued on Sunday night?
When she was rescued on Sunday night, she was taken to the hospital and she was given a meal of rice and meat. She was found in the forest.
If she was given a meal of rice and meat immediately, she was
not starving, because if you're starving, you're not going to eat such heavy food.
They wouldn't give you that.
They wouldn't give you that, exactly.
So it means that what's his name again?
I beg, this thing don't confuse me.
Mr. Deputy.
Mr. Deputy of Mackenzie.
Mr. Deputy and his family were fine. Him, wife, and 6 children.
Children are in the forest. She's asking to see her children.
So she was found in the forest?
Yes.
So she was found in her home?
Doing whatever.
In the forest.
Now she's saying she wants to see her children and saying that they are starving. She also asked for a toothbrush because she last cleaned her teeth 6 weeks ago. These people are not okay. 2 weeks ago. Her arrest means the church's top leadership are all in police custody as investigations continue into the cult's activities, which have seen 201 bodies exhumed from the forest. So we know that President William Ruto did ask for forgiveness and said, look, we dropped the ball on this and we're going to do everything we can to make sure that we sort that out. He says he takes responsibility as president. He says the promise he's making to Kenyans is that they will get to the bottom of this matter. What exactly happened? What is the extent of it? The truth of the matter is this: it could take months, guys. It could take months to find the number of bodies that are buried. And from what we are saying here, how long has this process been on now? Or getting close to a month now? People are still being found alive inside the forest. People are still found in the little shacks whereby they live or whatever. People are still being found alive. We don't know if people are still entering into the forest at this point and starting to live their life before they take a heavenly journey. We don't know. But this is still going on. Whatever happens today will add to the number of bodies that we found. Journalists are still denied access to Shakahola to cover the exhumations, and the president had asked, so if you go there and cover dead bodies, of what use is it? The president also said, I know there are people who are nervous. They say we should not regulate the church. Let's have an institution that regulates itself. So many things still going on here, and it's bothersome. There's something here, because people who are starving themselves, and then this one is arrested, and the first thing she asked for is food.
How she wasn't. It clearly shows that they were doing it in stages. I wonder, and I don't know whether any of the stories that are coming out now, the ones in the Standard Nation, NTV has started a series. I wonder whether we're actually going to understand, were they being identified that, okay, sasa nyinyi watu, it's a whole village. Nyinyi watu wa Shakahola Munaanza next week. Nyinyi on the other side.
Starvation in faces as you go to heaven, bus 1, bus 2.
Yeah.
Or what?
Because there were people who starved and died months ago.
Others who were on the precipice
way
of starvation.
Others are not. So what was the journey?
Please, the thing I want us to look at here in terms of all of this, the Mackenzie himself. Do you remember when he was arrested? What did he say?
No, nipati chakula. He wasn't him. He was supposed to be in the last one.
Oh, he was okay. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, he's escorting everybody. He was switching off the lights.
The last guy.
Yes.
Got it. Okay.
He was the guy who was supposed to switch off the lights. Let me tell you a story from Mombasa. This story is about a gentleman called Duncan Ouma Ojenge. Duncan Ouma Ojenge was employed by a company called PN Mashru Limited. Okay. It's a giant Mombasa transport firm. You've seen the Mashru trucks.
Yeah.
He was employed as a spray painter in 2011, December 2011. Spray painter. And he worked until 2014 when the company terminated his contract.
As a spray painter.
Okay. This is what happened. In the course of the work of him as a spray painter and others, some computer box went missing at PN Mashru Company.
Was it anywhere near where
he was spray painting?
It was in the company and he was around. Okay. The general manager, decided, now, wapi box missing. Leteni box missing. He said, your box, mutalete. He went and called Muganga Mashuri kutoka wherever. Muganga Mashuri came to PN Mashuru.
Stop it.
Okay. Yes. Muganga Mashuri came and he had some sticks. Okay. So what he would do, he carried some sticks and he held the sticks on one end and the general manager held the stick on the other end. Employees of PN Mashru were asked in turns to place their hands between the sticks. Muganga one end, GM one end, place hand between the sticks.
Hold the stick.
If the witch doctor declared the grip on the particular hand of an employee in between the sticks was strong, it was concluded that the individual was guilty of stealing the company's computer box.
I'm a better witch doctor. What is that? Okay, sorry.
Hold it.
Sorry.
Witch doctor?
He is like, he can tell. The way you're holding that thing.
Like, I know if you're
that grip, you're umestuka.
Those are magic sticks.
No. There's no difference between this science and that other science of strapping you and telling you, asking you questions and something
jumps in your heart.
A graph doing playing.
Oh, these guys are moving lie detector tests.
Yes,
or somebody takes some forked contraption from a tree and points it to the earth and tells you there's water around here.
And you actually find water. Science.
Okay.
If science works that way, science can work this way. Lie detector. Okay? Lie detector is hold the sticks. Then he can tell, you guilty.
So what if he has declared that one guilty and then the next
grip of the witch doctor sticks on the hands of Mr. Ojenge and the hands of 3 other employees was declared to be strong. Consequently, the company found them guilty of an employment offense. They were forwarded to Mariakani police station on the same day and they spent the night in custody. The following day, they were released without charge and they were told to go and report to the human resource manager. When they went, Mr. Ojengo was informed that there would be no criminal prosecution, but his contract together with those of his co-employees had been terminated. Sikiza, atukupeleke kotini. Okay.
Lakini
sawa. Mwende wapi? Nyumbani. Him now he said, hapana bwana, mimi hii kesi itapeleka mbele. He went to kituo cha sheria. Told them nimefutwa kazi na nimeambiwa ati nimeshika kijiti, so nimeiba computer. Kituo cha sheria helped him to go to court. He went to court and the High Court actually found that he had a case. The judge, and I'll tell you the name of the judge, James Rika of the High Court, said it's true. You have actually been mistreated unfairly, and you are to be paid equivalent of 4 months' gross salary in compensation for unfair termination at a total of 64,000 shillings. He was also to be given compensation of 450,000 shillings.
Hello?
Okay? PN Mashru was like, "Ai bwana, wacheni mambo yenu." They went to the Court of Appeal. The Court of Appeal now has upheld that particular judgment of the higher courts. Here's what the judges of the Court of Appeal said. We must ask ourselves what PN Mashru Limited intended to achieve by resorting to the unorthodox method of investigation by engaging the services of a witch doctor. Such unconventional and unlawful action undertaken by a sophisticated entity aptly described by the learned judge as not a gullible simpleton, a village outfit, but a major enterprise resident in the resort city of Mombasa must have been intended to achieve more than just vindicate a cause of justice. In those circumstances, we agree that PN Mashru Limited intended to derive some benefit from its action by resorting to wizardry, as the learned judge termed its action.
I agree with the judge. What kind of absolute nonsense is that? Can you imagine how annoyed PN Mashru is with that witch doctor?
Actually, they would have gotten away with it.
You see,
if Mr. O hadn't gone taking this matter to court,
yeah, they would have been using that witch doctor severally.
I simply want to assure you that method works. Just let me with Kenyans.
What?
You mention which doctor? I know, because we lost computers in one of our sites, and the manager was a prudent man who understood his people. He said him is not taking this matter to
Ati police.
In fact, he's leaving, but he's going to Zanzibar. When he comes back, he's coming back with a witch doctor. So those computers were returned. No, this one I'm telling you, the computers were returned. Very unorthodox, but the computers were returned.
Well, this guy did not do them right. He chose he found the wrong person.
By the way,
but you see, the court has not said that Ojenge or the other three did not steal.
No, wrongful termination.
It is just wrongful termination.
They could have stolen, but the manner in which you did it,
there's a way in which.
Ojenge himself here is saying it was actually established who among those three had stolen the computer.
So that which doctor might have been on.
If the science of these people works in determining where you can find water underground, then it can also be a lie detector. Cheni mambo yenu. It's 7 a.m. Time for the news.
Good morning, this is Newswire. I'm Dennis Asset. The Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission has launched investigations into alleged irregularities in the award of a tender for the procurement of anti-mosquito nets at the Kenya Medical Supplies Authority. Detectives from the anti-graft body has obtained from Kemsa officers documents and other evidentiary material required for the investigation. This as President William Ruto sacked Josephine Mburu as the Principal Secretary in the Ministry of Health, State Department for Public Health and Professional Standards over the mosquito net scandal. Mburu was sent home over the bungled procurement process handled by the Ministry of Health that left the country on the verge of losing a 3.7 billion shillings worth of anti-malaria nets from the Global Fund. The President also revoked the appointments of the chairperson and members of the Board of Directors of the Kenya Medical Pharmaceutical Supplies Authority, which was responsible for the flood procurement. Now, the Kenya Kwanza administration, in conjunction with the Retirement Benefits Authority, has undertaken strategic policy interventions that are expected to pull the informal sector into the pension scheme and the pension scene and grow pension coverage in the country to 30%, up from the current 20.5% by 2024. The sector, which carries over 90% of the Kenyan workforce through MSMEs, has stirred concern over recent years due to its significantly low pension coverage, with only 1.3% of workers in the informal sector registered under the pension scheme. Millions of Kenyans risk old age poverty. And police in Nakuru are impounding 9,000 liters of ethanol that was on a transit through Nakuru town heading towards an unknown destination. Nakuru East Sub-County Police Commander Martin Okesa says the owner of the lorry lost control near Upper Hill, veering off the road and landing in a ditch. The lorry caught fire, attracting members of the public who later informed officers. The officers rushed to the scene only to find that the vehicle had a consignment of ethanol. KRA is estimated to have lost 3.2 million shillings in unremitted revenue. Now, President William Ruto is in possession of documents detailing Kenya's joint bid to host the 2027 Africa Cup of Nations alongside neighbors Uganda and Tanzania. Sports Cabinet Secretary Babu Namwamba, flanked by Football Kenya Federation President Nick Mwendwa, presented the documents to Ruto at State House ahead of the official launch set for tomorrow. Kenya has teamed up with neighbors Tanzania and Uganda in the plan dubbed the Pamoja bid to bring the coveted continental showpiece to the East Africa region for the first time in history. The president mandated Sports Cabinet Secretary Babu Namwamba to engage his counterparts from Uganda and Tanzania so that the three East African nations can successfully win the bid to host the biggest football competition in the continent. If Kenya and our allies win the bid, the burden will be to ensure there are enough venues for official matches and training. As at recording of this account, only Tanzania among the three has started meeting CAF standards for AFCON matches. This is the Benjamin Mkapa Stadium. Kenya has twice been stripped of hosting rights of CAF Prime events, the 1996 AFCON and the 2018 CHAN, due to lack of enough sporting infrastructure. And Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua says the plans are underway to launch direct chartered flights between Kenya and Colombia. Speaking during a press briefing together with the Vice President of Colombia, Francia Elena, Gachagua said this was in a bid to facilitate business and investment.
We are also mindful of the fact that we need to take measures to improve the ease of trading between us. One such area is that of direct flights between Colombia and Kenya. It is estimated that flights between the two countries take close to 24 hours. A direct flight is estimated to take 6 hours and can significantly reduce the route to market and cost for both countries.
Elena, on her part, said the opportunities for both countries to grow together were huge, but there was need to address the challenges affecting the partnerships.
Kenya is a country that, therefore, little by little was able to know a bit more about the products that Colombia has to offer. But this is really just a small seed, something that's still quite limited. And of course, these encounters and South-South cooperation meetings should allow us to strengthen those trade relations in different sectors. For Colombia and for Kenya, a joint objective is food security and food sovereignty.
This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Oseta. Good morning.
Spice FM, Nakuru.
It's busiest on Jogger Road this morning, and we're looking at some of it coming off of Uhuru Highway, getting into the city roundabout, the Nyeri Stadium roundabout. We'll see some of that there. It's also busy off the Thika Superhighway. Kiambu Road is also piling up, as is Limuru Road this morning. James Gishuru has started early. It's spilling over towards Waiakiwe, and we're seeing it inching along on the Red Hill Link Road. Ring Road Westlands has some traffic as well here and there. All right, coming off of North Airport Road, there's that traffic. It started again, and it's going to cross over towards Outer Ring and then out towards the Eastern Bypass. That is going to be a busy hive of activity this morning. Where are you this Tuesday? Hope you're keeping safe, whatever it is is that you're doing. Let us know where you might be stuck this morning. Tell us the traffic situation on your end, and we can inform folks around the city. Let's talk on Spice FM KE on Twitter.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latin, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down.
Alrighty,
This
at
is the
7 minutes
Situation
after
Room.
7. Good morning. Welcome to the second hour of the Situation Room. How you doing? This is Kenya's biggest conversation, and CT is back. CT, salimia Kenya mzima.
Kenya mzima hamjambo. Mimi nashukuru niko mzima. Mwenyezi Mungu amenilinda. Mafua niliyokuwa nayo yameisha. Na sasa najisikia fiti.
Na mapua iko aje?
Mafua ilienda kule ilikotoka.
Mapua.
I was going to say.
No, it's not my nose. My nose is intact. It's exactly
What did you say?
Mafua.
Oh. I was going to say, but I'm looking at you and I can see your nose on your face.
No, ile cold ile wajua.
Oh, mafua is like the flu. That thing.
That
okay.
Homa. Mafua.
Why can't you just say homa then?
Because homa is not just cold.
Yes.
Unaweza kuwa na homa malaria.
Yeah, bwana. Homa. Yeah, also kwa Kiingereza na general malaise.
I'm so confused.
Kabisa?
Completely.
All right. See what we have here.
Golden tea.
Assis golden tea. Assis premium tea is purely natural tea manufactured by Kiptagich Tea Estate, registered as a private company, established in 1978 as a tea estate.
Yes.
It's set within 2,317 acres and has been providing with tea bushes on approximately 1,200 acres, the balance being conserved natural ecosystems. Kiptagich Tea Estates has a tea factory which helps in processing and packing the tea for local and export consumption. They have very, very good tea. So this is the premium one. High quality Kenyan tea, Assis Kenyan tea, and you can see the others around us. So we'll be telling you more and more about the tea that we're having. Chai ambayo tuko nayo hapa tumeweka kwenye kikombe. It's Assis golden tea. You know, when you take the best premium, you know, Kenyans sometimes we actually don't take. City keeps reminding us that
it's dust.
Many of the times that we are taking it, we are saying that we're taking
the mud is coffee.
Taking
the dust is tea.
This tea bag, it's tea dust. I'm not saying it is bad. I'm just calling it what it is. It is tea dust.
Okay.
Yes.
The grade of the tea that you find sometimes in the market.
Yes.
So it's in various grades. This premium is actually the top level grade, and it's grown, processed, and packaged here.
I love it.
Some about we send raw and then it's packaged elsewhere, and then we also have the flavored tea.
The value add, the flavored teas. You've got your lemon tea, you've got your hibiscus, you've got your purple tea, your masala chai, lemon tea variants of tea, all done here, and I think that's really, really great.
Yes,
to see that being done.
Yes,
on Kenyan soil.
In Kiptagich Tea Estates. Yes. Tea City. Please give us the day's proverb.
Yes, I heard the request you had made earlier on. I decided tomorrow may never come.
Tomorrow is far.
Well, now I'm thinking of a book written by Harold Robbins.
I know. I was going to say.
It was actually if tomorrow comes.
If tomorrow comes.
Yes, exactly. But now, when tomorrow comes, we'll talk about something else. But Eric, you asked a question, so perhaps a little story about Eritrea.
Okay.
You know, everyone knows that Eritrea is in the Horn of Africa. Now, the thing we remember about Eritrea was the very prolonged war it had with Ethiopia. Okay? Some people call it a civil war, but the reason why it was called a civil war was because it had been part of Ethiopia. Now, why it was part of Ethiopia was because it had been given to Ethiopia. I'm using the word given because Eritrea was an independent country. It was part of the what you call Aksumite kingdom. One of the oldest ports on this continent was actually found around Eritrea. Then the Italians came and occupied it. Clever people that they thought they were from 1885 to 1941. Okay? 41 is significant because World War II started in 1939 and ended around 1945. Italians were part of the Axis team. They were defeated. All right? Now, then came 1951. It was a UN protectorate. Then the UK were told, now can you just manage these people for a little while? Then after that, Ethiopia came in. So now, up until 1993, remember there was this long war, is when they actually got their independence. Okay? Now, the odd thing about Eritrea, well, the interesting and unique thing about it is the population of Eritreans who are around the world. Eritreans are everywhere on this planet. They total around 7 million, but as I said, very many of them. Kenya is home to over 2 million Eritreans. Okay. Brief history. I'll tell you a little more. It's a good one?
That's a good one.
That's a good one. Naweza kuendelea?
Yes.
Thank you so much.
So who was the first president of Eritrea? You'll tell us that one now tomorrow. When they got that independence, when they actually now...
the first president was. If there was a king before that, I'll tell you who the king was. If there was a queen, I'll tell you who the queen was. That sort of thing. All right?
Okay.
If a lion shows you its teeth, it doesn't mean it likes you.
If a lion shows you its teeth, it doesn't mean it likes you.
No, not at all. Not at all.
Could mean it's
and neither is it trying to advertise some toothpaste.
Okay. Could mean it's going to eat you.
I am not going to even venture into trying to decipher what the lion is doing, but just know it doesn't bode well for you. Yes.
If lion does that, jua ni kubaya.
Be informed.
Just know.
Yes.
Ni kubaya.
Yes.
Things are thick. Hey. Okay. So the big headline today is, of course, what happened yesterday. Late afternoon, the communication that came from the head of public service and chief of staff on what the president has decided to do with regards to the issues surrounding Kemsa. He's decided basically take the big broom, sweep. The CEO, the board have basically been told go home. And a new chair and new board have been appointed and already gazetted. And also an acting CEO has been appointed. And this is Dr. Mulwa, who's been the Director of Medical Services in charge of preventive and promotive health, who's now been told, go there and act as CEO at Kemsa.
Yeah.
If you look at it in terms of what the president has done, people are saying, hey, this is a big one by the president. This is a big statement by the president. Do you read it as a big statement by the president in terms of you have basically started by saying the PS in charge of public health out, the board go home, the CEO suspended, and I'm putting in together a new board. Obviously, there's now a vacancy for a position of PS. PS has not even served 6 months in office.
No. It was January, February is when we saw the PSs come in. Look, it's a big statement, whichever way you want to look at it. If you're looking at it purely surface level, then you say, well, okay, a very big statement coming from the president in the sense that if there is even a whiff of anything going south, if there is a whiff of any kind of nonsense, as it were, the president is going to say, nope, this is not what we agreed on. Everybody out. Let's put in somebody new. We're not even going to waste time. It didn't take 4 days since we saw the first report, and we're on a Monday morning, Monday afternoon, and we see this shake up, everybody out and bring in new people. It could be a big statement there that where he's saying he's going to deal with this thing with a no-nonsense hand, and that is how we're going to go forward. Big statement, isn't it? So that anybody else who's sitting in whatever quarter says, you know what, we ought to be very careful, because if we muck up, we could also be finding our way out the door. So it's a big statement coming from him in that manner. it also could be a big statement in the sense that things that had been carried out in the way they had been historically is not going to be taken anymore, will not be tolerated. That you will say, look, Kemsa had been riddled by scandal in the last 5 years. There have been so many things that have happened. Could be saying, you know what, there's a new sheriff in town and this is the way we're going to ride. If I hear that anything like this is going on, I'm not going to sit back and take it and allow things to go completely south. So another big statement coming from him in that sense, like, no, it's not going to be things as normal. And normal being that you're allowed to do whatever you wanted, billions of shillings being lost, certain individuals lining their pockets and becoming billionaires. We're not going to allow that happen anymore. So that's another big statement that he could be making. Or the final one is, or maybe the third one that I'm thinking of, there could be many more. That, you know what? Things are going to go our way, the way we want them to. These are the friends that we've decided to have, being the West. And if you do anything that is going to compromise our relationship with them, those of you, whether you walked into the office, whether you breathed in a particular direction on that certain day, if you stood downwind and it blew in that direction, all of you, out. You're not going to compromise our relationship.
What?
So whichever way you look at it, there are statements that are being made here, and he's right at the center of it, and he's the one who's taking the bull by the horns. So, take your pick. It could be any one of them. But they're statements, and they're big, and they've been made.
They're being made. City, what do you read from this?
You know, this is the first sacking that we are witnessing this particular government participating in. Okay?
8 months and a day.
Yes.
Since the president was sworn in.
Yes. So everything that Ndu has said would make a lot of sense. Except for one thing. Not to discount the sense, but to consider what else is happening. Okay? Now I want to take you back to the week before last, when we had 4 massive visits to this country.
Yep.
We had the German Chancellor. Excuse me. We had the Japanese Prime Minister. We had the head of IMF.
Yeah.
And we had UN Secretary General. Now, the things, it may seem unrelated, but in my mind, there are few. In such matters, it can't be unrelated. All these bigwigs in Kenya at the same time?
Within a span of 10 days?
No.
Which is why I was saying that there's certain relationships that have been fostered, and those go directly with those trips. And this is one of these big statements that's being made here. We have a relationship that we fostered with some of these folks. You, my friends, whatever it looks like is going to taint that relationship, I am not going to have it.
Precisely. I think you, my sister, have gone the heart of
What are you two saying? You're reading a foreign hand in this?
Yes. Ndu is going to suggest. I actually read. This is why I premised my discussion or my response to your question in this manner. Okay? You see, our Ministry of Health is supported enormously by friendly nations. Okay? Global Fund happens one of these organizations that funds us. PEPFAR is another. The EU have their funding. Put it this way. Anything that has to do with the Ministry of Health is something that deals directly with the lives of many Kenyans, most of whom do not have the wherewithal to fend for themselves and can only survive if they are supported. Now, this isn't Kenya money. It is money that people have given to us. And this money they give to us is their taxpayers' money.
Yeah.
So the level of accountability that is required of them who give to us is very, very high.
They don't play with it.
So when they demand accountability, that accountability is something that they will push for. Now, how else do you show your partners that you are serious about their donation? And that's why I said, do is right. I'm only saying that it goes beyond what we see on a daily basis. But to answer the question directly and related to Kenya, the question I would ask is, when we look at Kemsa and we look at the way we run our government, I would have to ask the question, the people whom we see in Kemsa, the people who have gone, who are they aligned to politically? That's the question I would ask.
So now you're localizing it?
Oh, I'm localizing it. It has to be local. All politics is local. Who are they aligned to?
The people who've gone home?
Yes. Who are they aligned to? Don't assume that people who have those high positions just got there by virtue of their merit. They may have, but they are aligned to some individuals. So the question you would ask is, if we look at the alignment, I don't know the alignment yet, but I will find out.
Yeah.
When we look at the alignment, the question that you ask has to be asked, what exactly are we seeing? You see, in this country, nothing happens without a reason and then another reason and then a third reason. Nothing happens. Now, Kemsa was at the heart of some really terrible scandals during the COVID era. And this group of people are there, 6 months into the job?
Yeah.
Yes. And now they are gone? No. The other thing you want to bear in mind, and let's not divorce ourselves. Now, someone may say, I'm reaching, I will reach anyway. Or I'm overreaching, let me overreach. You see, the moment IMF come calling, IMF usually come calling with their rules and regulations of how to behave, when to stand up, when to sit down, when to walk left, when to walk right, when to stay upright, when to sit in the corner. They come with those rules for everything. When I say everything, I mean everything. And if you expect more money, then look, please, show us, for example, of how serious you are with dealing with some of these issues.
So they come up with those stories of good governance and stuff.
Yes. So if the people in Kemsa were the unfortunate ones who had fingers being pointed in their direction, the axe was going to fall on them. Because how else do you show you're serious unless you take such action? I would have thought, again, not having worked in government, I would have thought that usually you don't sack. You tell them, move aside as we investigate.
You see, for a board, you don't move aside a board. You disband a board.
Okay, then disband them aside.
Board disbanded.
Okay.
CEO and other senior managers. So there are actually other people who are now sent home on compulsory leave. Martin Wamwea, Nelson Kariuki, Pauline Duya, Livingston Jigona, Dr. Charles Kariuki Shege from the ministry, Justice Kinoti, Cosmos Rotich, and Anthony Shege, Kemsa staff affected. Those ones. So the people at the ministry in the National Malaria Program and at the Kemsa were also sent home by the Cabinet Secretary.
What does being sent home mean?
Suspended.
Wait, we'll call you.
Okay. If they were suspended, not sacked.
See, those ones were suspended. Even the CEO was suspended. Who was sacked? The people who were appointed.
PS.
Board appointed. PS appointed. Go. Public servants, we're going to follow due process. And this is where the due process begins.
No.
And I see this, and the reason I'm asking that is I'm thinking, so this is 8 months into William Ruto's presidency, and he has made this first major move in terms of there's an issue here, there's complaints of some scandal, some corruption-related scandal, and I'm taking action. And I look back at what happened, the statement here being a very strongly worded statement that, you know what, I will not tolerate. When we asked him during the interview with him on Sunday, he said, I'm taking action. You can rest assured. I'm going to clean Kemsa. Whatever it takes to clean Kemsa, I'm going to clean Kemsa. Wait for action. In 2015, during a State of the Nation address to Parliament, President Uhuru Kenyatta did the same thing. He went to Parliament and he said, in view of the oath of office that I took as the President of this Republic, let it be known that today I draw the line. No one will stand between Kenyans and what is right in the fight against corruption and other monstrous economic crimes. And that's when he also went and said that he has received a report from the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission. I take the extraordinary step of attaching the aforementioned confidential report from the CEO of the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission as an annex to my annual report on values to Parliament. He said, consequently, I hereby direct that all officials of the national and county governments that are adversely mentioned in this report, whether you're a cabinet secretary, the principal secretary, chief executive of a state institution, to immediately step aside pending conclusion of the investigations of the allegations against them. Those that were affected were then cabinet secretaries, several of them. Charity Ngilu was affected. She was in lands and settlement. Michael Kamau was the cabinet secretary in charge of transport. Felix Koskei, the one who's now head of public service, was then the cabinet secretary in charge of agriculture. Kazungu Kambi was in charge of labor. Davis Chirchir was then in charge of energy. He's back in energy. Those ones were the ones who were immediately
out.
And there were PSs as well that were also affected, including Duvamuli, Mutea Iringo, and James Lopoyetum. Okay? So this one was saying, oh my goodness, the president has actually made a very big statement. This one, Uhuru acheze in a corruption. This one, people were taken to court, and we all know what happened thereafter. And here we are today. So I'm looking at this and asking myself, okay, I see what the president has done. Is it going to have an effect that is long-lasting?
No.
That runs deep?
No, it won't.
Is his intention to signal that I will not tolerate corruption in my government? And if that is the signal, will that signal actually run across his 5-year term?
You know, when you make strong statements and then you follow them by actions that seem to be strong, it doesn't tell me that this is someone who is trying to eradicate some wrong. What it speaks of is a statement. The statement that follows a previous one, I will not tolerate. So this is how I am not tolerating it. Now, we know that if there's one place the government has a problem, it's always in procurement. We know this. So these people who are appointed, they've been there 6 months. They've lost their jobs. Other people will take these jobs. So are we saying that with this action, we are now guaranteed that similar problems will not occur again? The answer is no, we are not guaranteed. So you ask the question, so the effects that we see, yes, the effects, the optics are good. Some action has been taken, but will this solve the problem? Most definitely not. It will not. We've seen this. President Uhuru Kenyatta put a halt to anyone in the government who was in procurement. Every.
All suspended.
All. It arose after the Auditor General had shown a 5 billion deficit in the Ministry of Health. 5 billion. Again, it was donor funding. Somehow that 5 billion, you know, these Kenyans are wonderful people. How you can disappear 5 billion shillings? Gone, whoop.
Unbelievable.
Now, did these people not all come back?
They did.
They did.
Government solution to such problems is transfer people. Do you solve the problem? No, you transfer the problem. Okay? It's our history, it's our culture. Does it mean that the president is trying to do something? The answer is yes, he is. I am of the view in such matters that at some level, much as the president may mean well, it may be beyond him to solve in the way he solves it, because a lot of these solutions depend on the people you've appointed. That's why I asked on who were the godfathers of these individuals, who put them there, because high positions in the Kenyan system, you are given those positions with specific instructions as to what you should do beyond what is seemingly obvious.
Was he not instrumental in the appointment of PSs? And like we said, the PS was sacked. The PS was not suspended. Was he not fundamental?
The president, as head of everything, is the appointing officer. But believe me, the process of who gets on that list,
there's a lot of canvassing that takes place.
The lobbying and favors and and
to
trading.
ensure that your people get position.
And horse trading takes place.
So this is why, for me, that there is a message that's being delivered here. That even the people that you brought through your horse trade and your canvassing and your lobbying and whatever, if they are not able to deliver, and there is even a sliver of doubt, or there's a sliver of anything that is going to threaten my position in this administration, we will remove them. And that's exactly what he has done.
They better behave.
Yes.
But
we will remove them. It doesn't matter who it is.
How does a problem at Kemsa threaten the president's presidency? It doesn't. It doesn't even even a squirt of ink. It doesn't really.
No. Not threaten his presidency, threaten his position. What did we talk about here? What do we talk about here with the relationship that we see with Western powers, for which they are fundamental to make sure that you succeed, whether you want to call it an abrogation of state sovereignty, whatever you want to call it. But we know for a fact
you need
that if
you need partners.
Yes. You need to be in good books, my friend. 3.7 billion shillings that could have passed through Kenya and then maybe will not pass through for whatever reason. Sure, it might come back, but it's going to be a red flag. It's going to pop off. And if there's somebody who was related somewhere in there that's going to taint that position, out. And that's what I'm saying. So it doesn't matter who brought the person, because we know it happens, right? It doesn't matter who brought the person. It doesn't matter who canvassed where. It doesn't matter who horse traded where. This person is going to threaten that position. Come and be going.
Are you going on to a break?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's go into that break. Let us do that. Have you walked into Two Rivers Mall and gone there and said, nataka kuona ofisi ya Centum? You'll actually be taken to the office of Centum Real Estate. Very good, swanky office, welcoming, very good furniture, and they have screens on the walls, all right? So you go there and they tell you, we are developing, not just here at Two Rivers, we are also developing some houses in Kasarani, we are developing houses in Vipingo. But now that you're here, did you hear about the Two Rivers development today on Spice? Yes, I heard it on Spice FM. Sawa. This is the one. We'll first play it to you on a video on the screen, you watch it, and then we'll take you for you to see them. They will take you. You will see the apartments that they're putting up at Two Rivers Mall. They will show you the apartments. You will fall in love with those apartments. You'll ask them, how much are they? They'll tell you the price. You'll be like, hey, I want to start owning one. They'll tell you, actually, it's simple. It is very simple, because you can convert the rent you're paying today, wherever you're paying rent, and that starts becoming your home ownership journey. So they tell you, this is the price. We can actually do an introduction letter for you. Go into your financial institution, your bank or your SACCO. You tell them, I want a KMRC loan. The KMRC will then, you'll get that KMRC loan at less than 10% interest. And imagine taking a mortgage at about 8% in this country, where mortgages are 16%, my friend. And then you immediately convert what you're currently paying as the monthly rent into monthly payment of a mortgage as you live in Two Rivers, which is before you get to Ruaka. I mean,
surely
it is within Nairobi.
Just there near Fedigwa.
It's just here. No, come on. Fedigwa is way. It is near Gigiri.
And he's stuck with the name.
I'm not letting go.
Gigiri is near Fedigwa.
Yes.
You see?
So,
and Two Rivers is near Gigiri.
And near Runda.
Lower Runda and upper.
It's neighboring Runda. All right?
And it's also near UN.
Bas. Imagine. 26 minutes to 8. Back shortly.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Close your eyes. Imagine your unsecured personal loan application has been approved. Imagine all the things you can do and buy. Imagine all the life goals you can achieve. Now stop imagining. Talk to your employer to switch to I&M at Work and get access to Kenya's largest unsecured personal loan of up to 10 million shillings. Call 0719-088-000 today. I&M. Tunakujali.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Nairobi is mostly cloudy at 15, highs of 23 and lows of 14, and at 16 it's cloudy in Nakuru, highs of 27 and lows of 16. 16 is what it is and mostly cloudy in Nyeri, highs of 24 and lows of 15, and it's sunny at 15 in Eldoret with highs of 25. We'll see lows of 14. Cloudy at 25 in Mombasa, highs of 31, and we'll see highs of 30 in a mostly cloudy Malindi at 28. At 20 it's sunny in Kisumu, highs of 30 and lows of 19, and we'll see highs of 29 in a sunny Kakamega at 15. Sunny conditions in Kampala, highs of 28 and lows of 19, and at 26 Dar es Salaam is sunny, highs of 31 and lows of 24. 10 degrees cloudy in Johannesburg, highs of 14 and lows of 9, and it's mostly cloudy at 27 in Lagos, highs of 30, highs of 32 in a cloudy Kinshasa, currently at 25. Okay, so busy coming into the city off Mombasa Road this morning. Just as you're coming to that roundabout at the Nyayo Stadium, we're looking at the North Airport Road, also pretty busy. It's connecting with what's going on Mombasa Road. Then going in this other direction to the Eastern Bypass. We're seeing Enterprise Road with a little bit of traffic as you then connect with Likoni. So in that is a mishmash of traffic, heavy traffic on the Thika Superhighway. It's not letting up. It's bumper to bumper and just a tad slower as you're coming into the city. Kiambu Road is a total mess, bumper to bumper. I don't know how many lanes. It's going to take a while to get out of this one. All right, who's this? This is Ngong Road. Quite some traffic here as well. Coming in from Gong Town slowly, Naivasha Road, Gitanga Road, going out towards James Gishuru and then spilling over to Waiaki where it has already begun. Tuesday morning looks like it's going to be a busy one. Let's talk on Spice FM KE on Twitter. Try to keep things moving this morning.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
Mornings. 5,000 shillings to give away today, right, Ndu?
Yes, we do.
Courtesy of I&M Bank.
Indeed.
Tunakujali.
So think about 5,000 bob. Think about what you do every day, the pressures you may have, or the things that you would like to be able to do if you had 5,000 shillings at your disposal today. Think about that. Let us know on socials at SpiceFMKE on Twitter and Facebook. Let us know what that is. And I&M is going to award one person today 5,000 shillings and see how you can get some of your worries out of the way. Even as I&M says, we're giving you the biggest unsecured personal loan available in Kenya today. Up to 10 million shillings unsecured personal loan. What do you need? Your payslip and letter of introduction from your employer. Have a chat with the folks at I&M Bank, and they could even buy off your existing loan and give you 8 years to pay it all back, starting from when you have a chat with them. Doesn't get any better than that. Have a chat with I&M Bank today. Tunakujali.
Indeed. So watch out for the question that will be posted on our social media, on Facebook and on Twitter shortly. And you can respond to that and tell us what you can do with 5,000 shillings. Somebody will walk away with 5,000 shillings today. So we're looking at the action by the president yesterday, big one, where he has immediately terminated the services of a principal secretary who has not even served 5 months in office, barely, and also terminated the services of the board of Kemsa and suspended the CEO of Kemsa and some senior officials in the Ministry of Health and at Kemsa. Sent home. New board appointed, new chairperson appointed, new acting CEO appointed. He was the director of medical services in charge of preventive and promotive health. Dr. Andrew Mulwa is now the acting CEO of Kemsa. What is the message here? Is the message on corruption? Is the message on good management of public office? Is that what the president is saying? I hear this. I have received a report. Maybe he has received a report from the Global Fund on what the issue that we're raising, and he looked at it and he considered, well, yeah, there's something here that is not smelling good. And then I'll take action. Why so soon after the COVID scandal? I mean, you ask yourself, is this an institutional issue? Is it a personality issue? Is it a human
issue?
It's barely 2 years since the COVID billionaire scandal involving the same institution.
You can take
publicized widely. Investigations conducted by the National Assembly, by the Senate, by the EACC, by the DCI. All eyes were on Kemsa. New CEO brought in. New board brought in. Staff at Kemsa sent home and told, you go home for a bit. We bring in NYS people to come and work here and people from the military as we clean up the systems, as we understand the systems. People brought back in, vetted afresh, senior management. And then this again, you're like, kwani Kemsa imerogwa?
Eric, do you remember the first time we had in the Ministry of Lands when Charity Ngilu was Minister for Lands?
Yes.
There was some genuine big hoo-ha about cleaning that ministry. Our first attempts at digitalizing everything. And there was this movement and there was that movement, and everything that had previously been wrong was going to be righted, and there was this movement. Did anything change? No. Apart from the discussion and the talk, the complaints that had been there about the Ministry of Lands persisted. They stayed.
Till today?
Yes, the issues about triple, double, quadruple
title deeds.
Did it come to an end? It did not. To date, it took the previous government of Uhuru Kenyatta to actually have some of what was being talked about then realized in terms of this digitalization process.
Yeah.
And the word is some. Okay? So, the problem here isn't Kemsa. The problem here isn't even all these people who have lost their jobs and who have been suspended. The problem is the culture of impunity that we have entrenched and made it part and parcel of the way we do things in the country.
So is the message coming from the president then, wanting to weed out that problem? Is it truly genuinely? I mean, well, look, we can't say because there's no art to tell the mind's description on the face, right? But what is it that he's trying to say? If that has been the way things have been done, then for this action to take place would show that, you know, the president is saying we are not going to allow things to continue business as usual. We saw the billion and the billionaires. You might even want to go as far as looking at some of the individuals that are said to have benefited from the previous Kemsa scandal, and he might be holding up that sword and saying, I'm not going to allow this to happen again.
Really?
It's about perception, man. It's about perception. What do you perceive then from that?
I'm actually honestly and genuinely confused about what is it that could be happening here. What could be happening in this institution? I do not believe that soon after one scandal, somebody else would come into office. Somebody else, you know, who was suspended? The head of procurement was suspended. The CEO was suspended. Some senior managers were suspended. People who were doing things. The board was actually also reshuffled. We have a new board, new CEO, new senior management. And you can tell me that they can come in and say, business as usual. If the other guys were able to do it, we can also do it. I'm wondering how, really.
You know,
really, I mean,
right now, okay, if I were to give it a perspective, I would look at what else is happening in the country, okay? Anything that involves a great deal of money. There is talk, I do not have evidence to prove that it is true, but there is talk that we want to buy new ferries and want to import them. Southern Engineering, which is in Mombasa, builds ferries, by the way, just so that you understand. The sort of ferries that would meet the standards that we want, but we want to import these ferries. We want to extend the SGR. Again, I am told. And want to really, really extend it. This time, we are not joking. We want to take it to Isiolo. Then we want to take it again via Isiolo, take another route so that it can go towards Kisumu. Then we want to make sure that it goes up to Moyale. And then we want to find another route that brings it back to Nairobi. The figures that I hear being tossed around are 2.1 trillion. You thought it was 350 billion. 2.1 trillion. Okay? Now, that we should extend the railway to those places is a wonderful thing.
Yeah.
It's a good thing because it's going to connect Lamu also, railway. That huge port that was put up there. Let's sit back and ask ourselves, when dams are being built, and we're told there were 100, why don't we start with the dams that had been started and which have not been completed? How many are there in the country? And what are the signs that they would be finished? Because with the rains that we have, if dams were finished, the benefits of those dams would be almost immediate. Do we see it happening? There's more talk about new dams than the finishing of dams which had already been started. What am I saying? If I contextualize anything in this country that has to do with a lot of money, the story is rarely what we first hear. There is always a story within that particular story. But for this to happen, the pressure didn't just come from the president waking up and deciding, okay, fine, I'm going to sort this thing out. Now there was pressure. It's someone else's money. When it is our own money, which citizens have raised through what you call taxes, And it's nestled somewhere between KRA and Central Bank, somewhere around there, okay? Or wherever else the money goes before it lands, wherever it's supposed to land. The truth of the matter is, the people who would raise the question would be the Auditor General and us, maybe. And maybe, no, forget the MPs, them, they never raise any questions. Anytime there is money that somebody has donated, the message I'm getting is those people are not going to allow their money to be played around with. That's the message I'm hearing. If it is our own money, just wait and see and look at the projects that we have said we are prioritizing it and we want to ensure that they get done. And then observe the procurement issues that are going to be around them. Just take your pick.
Sure. I mean, I fully... But for me, this is why the answer to your question, Eric, then in terms of why would it be, look at this case. In this particular issue, we are not even talking about money that has been dispensed and or misappropriated. We are talking about a process before any of this has actually happened. They're talking about how you're going to even award tender contracts to be able to get the job done. That process has brought some hullabaloo. Knickers are in a twist somewhere. People are saying, no, we cannot allow these things to happen. Okay, fine. Before anything is actually even done, President steps in and says, you know what? There's a possibility that something like this could happen and then taint again so soon after the previous one happened with COVID, because the truth of the matter is those funds that made individuals billionaires because of COVID were donated funds as well.
Yes, they were.
Yes, they were. There was no procurement, anything. It was dash money. Sort out your issues with COVID. And that all went out the window. Before a dollar is even sent, before the ink has dried on the contracts, there is an idea that something could go south. And he steps in and says, you know what? We're not doing this.
So that's what I'm asking. If there's this, remember, City, there's been a story in the papers all this time about the Dongokundu and some contract in Dongokundu and KPA, right?
Isn't that one an interesting one?
This also involved funding.
From the Japanese.
Japanese.
Yeah.
And the contracting of some certain entity.
And what did the Japanese do?
And it has been a back and forth on which companies to actually contract. Similar to this.
And what did the Japanese do?
What have they done?
They put a halt. They said,
we're not doing it again.
No, let's sort this thing.
Let's address this issue.
Let's address these issues first.
Right?
Okay.
So there have been some communication between KPA, the Japanese JICA, and this issue of procurement. Why haven't we seen any action being taken there? Why this one? I mean, as I'm asking, why Kemsa?
That particular project is actually ongoing. It was started, it's ongoing. Now, when it got to this particular phase again, where now our people, Kenyans, were involved, and there's a ministry, and it's not one ministry, because trade is involved, transport is involved, okay? Now, who is supposed to do what and how? And who are they supposed to give business? And when and which? And so the
gods are meant to be
so the Japanese come in and say, no, folks, this is a fairly straightforward matter, but it seems complicated. Let's resolve these things first. This one, the people who gave this money have said, our money is not going in this direction because we have history of how this thing normally ends up. We are not going in that direction. No. And if there are people who've clearly planned and plotted to take it in that direction, these are the people. What I don't think is in the article is that the president must have been given a lot more evidence than we know.
Yeah.
There's a lot more he was told. There was a lot more evidence he was shown. Mr. President, this is what's going on.
He must have had something from which to act.
He's not acting on a whim.
As I said, I sit back and I ask, really? Kemsa is just reeling from the effects of, one, the crisis around COVID, and the crisis around
HIV,
the HIV procurement of condoms and antiretrovirals. And the officials that were involved there, and the fallout of it, made people to go home.
Yes.
New people have come in. There's a new round of procurement. Surely you can get to a point where you are blatantly breaking. I'm asking questions like,
take your pick. Ask
if there was an attempt at influencing this, it can't have been at that local level.
No. It can't be, and also
not at the official level. Not at some official who just got in the job and he knows that the person who was occupying this office left under this kind of circumstances because of this kind of people, and then you come and do the same circumstances with those kind of people.
Actually, they can. Don't underestimate the human capacity for stupidity. Don't underestimate it. I'm using the word stupidity because it's what's descriptive of people who understand that there is impunity involved in this and the feeling that they can get away with it.
I do not underestimate it.
Yes.
But then you can look at track.
Yes.
You see, if somebody gets to this point on merit and there's no issue about their track record from where they were before, then you ask suddenly like this, with all the history of the background of what has actually landed you in this particular position, that the vacancy was created because somebody misbehaved, and you come and within 12 months, you're also participating in the similar kind of misbehavior. I'm like, atakamani capacity of humans.
You know the reason why I mentioned this, Erica? The amounts we're talking about here are not amounts you come across every day. It is even beyond amounts that you can just walk into a bank and start discussing with them. There is a certain lure that leads to this conspicuous consumption that Kenyans have when they feel that they have arrived wherever it is that they were going to in the first place, that somehow defies any logic that you and I and Du may discuss here. Because again, if you look at history, are there not some bizarre case where you look and say, but surely, what on earth was this person thinking?
How was that?
How did this come about? And then there's something else. You may be in that position, but it's very easy that something was done on your behalf. You're probably not even aware of what was going on, but it is you at the helm. It is very likely. Now, that is even worse. You will still be blamed. If something happened and you did not know it was under your watch, let me go back to what I said. By the time a president of a sovereign country takes action, I am of the view that the president was given evidence that those who've written these articles are not privy to. And it was a blow-by-blow report, and you told the president, there's this what happened. Mr. President, there's this. And the person who's behind this is this. The evidence is here, Mr. President. This is this. And says, this is this. Can you cross-check it? Mr. President, it is so. Okay, fine. Gone. Done. He must have been given evidence. This president has not shown himself in the time he's been in power to be somebody who works on a whim. No. That he has not shown. And he wakes up in the morning and figures,
let me sack a few people.
I woke up and
this Monday
there was
morning.
this cold wind from this window. It makes me think, no. He doesn't read tea leaves or entrails. This is somebody who I think, whatever he was told, it was supported by evidence.
Yeah, and look, if you're going to look at cases whereby, because you wonder and you say, how would you be so reckless as to do something that would taint the image of an organization that has just been through the ringers? Why would you do that? But then look at the people who are called on because of corruption cases in the very same offices where people before them were arrested, and they put their hands in the same cookie jar themselves. What's the explanation for that? Except this lure for impunity that we're talking about, that allows you to then, or even encourages you, or that you leave all morals and integrity aside and decide to do this because you think, well, I'm not going to be that one who's going to get caught. And my propensity to want a little bit more in my pocket far outweighs any kind of logic that could be applied whatsoever. That principle could be applied at the same time. Look, you sit in a privileged position because you would not be able to fathom. Why would you put yourself in that position again? You can't fathom.
There's something.
But for other folks who are in where these turbines are moving, it's a very different culture.
It's a tough one.
Do you know one of the things that often happens behind the scenes that we don't perhaps see? I remember we were talking about the appointment of one Kamau Thuge, okay? And if you look at his history, it isn't accidental. This man has worked for international finance bodies, okay? When he first came to Kenya to work, he's a Kenyan born, he went to school in Kenya, was on secondment from World Bank, okay? Now, when the World Bank wants to give you money, forget Minister for Finance. The one person they want to know is someone whom they can talk to is your governor of the central bank. It has to be someone who they know understands how they work. It has to be. Now, this is me speculating. There is no way Stephen Kamau Thuge was appointed
without a nod from...
No. It is not possible.
There must have been, at the very least, a no objection.
Yes, if there was an objection, he would not have featured. That's primarily what I'm saying. Now, internationally, one of the things that we want to watch out for, one of the reasons why we're able to accept and receive money is because there's some rating agencies that determine whether we are low risk, high risk, medium risk, not risk. One of them is called Moody's, as in Mood with a Y-E-S, okay? We have been rated again. We are now high risk. What that means is when you go out there to go around borrowing money, people are a little reluctant to give you money. That rating may seem like it's innocuous, but it matters. It's how these things work. There is a whole world outside this world that we live in Kenya where people make moves and determine things that affect us. Now, if you want your rating to go up, one of the things you do about good governance is you show you don't tolerate corruption. So, if this is the window we are seeing, then expect a lot more. There are things that people may have planned or they thought they were going to do. Those things are going to be nipped in the bud. Yes. Because if those things are not nipped in the bud, then we will be demonstrating that we have no wish whatsoever to function under the orbit of good government.
To change things.
Yes, and money will not come flowing.
I don't know how far those... Just like we talked about in the previous administration, we saw former President Uhuru Kenyatta doing the same. Even holding a corruption conference in State House and saying, all right, so here are these agencies and officers that are responsible for fighting corruption. EACC, you're here. Chief Justice, you're there. DPP, you're here. DCI, you're here. Inspector General of Police, you're here. All right, so what are we doing to fight corruption? What more support would you like me to offer? We saw all those conversations.
That's window dressing.
The president,
for the public to consume.
like you said, he suspended the entire batch of procurement officers in all ministries. And when they came back, they were reshuffled. And he even promised, and Andrew Franklin is reminding us, he promised to buy lie detectors. That every so often, procurement officers and other officials in the ministries would be subjected to lie detector test. That one is now the magician, the Mzungu magician. Yeah, you're
this one doesn't have sticks. This one they put wires.
The local magician. They bring in a lie detector.
Eric, it
didn't happen.
You would find that even the procurement of that lie detector, there would have been a scandal. If we had,
I mean, of course, it would be only prudent if you're the procurement officer. Would you want something that works?
You want something that works the way you like it to work.
So, okay. It's a big move here by the president on sacking the PS and cracking the whip at Kemsa. Let's see how much further this goes, and let's see whether we can actually get to understand what exactly is going on with the Kenya Medical Supplies Authority, reforming the Kemsa, what the journey is and how far it will go. Keep it here for more conversations. A very good morning to you. This is Kenya's biggest conversation, The Situation Room, the station that's telling you you can win 5,000 shillings today, courtesy of I&M Bank, which is telling you to Nakujali. Shortly, we'll be posting a question on our social media, Spice FM KE on Facebook and Twitter. Answer that question and you stand a chance to win. Good morning, 8 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is Newswire. I'm Dennis Asseto. Ministry of Labour and Social Protection has unveiled the National Positive Parenting Guideline Manual, Implementation Guide and 5-year Roadmap. Cabinet Secretary Florence Bor described the exercise as a significant step forward in the promotion and protection of families. She said families play a critical role in society and the protection of the family unit is important for sustainable living. According to Bor, physical abuse by parents or carers is the most common form of violence against children. She also cited cited drought, poverty, and the impacts of COVID-19 as having all put a burden on families. Now, the Kenya Medical Association has called on the government to employ more healthcare workers and build more health facilities to manage and deliberate solutions for the health crisis emanating from climate change. The impact of climate change has been felt globally, and the menace has significantly affected healthcare delivery worldwide. Speaking during the 50th annual scientific conference dubbed Impact of Climate Change on Health and Health Systems, Mombasa County Governor Sharif Nasir declared his mission to employ more health practitioners in the rural areas of his county to increase awareness on health issues and climate change. The conference came at a time when KMA was accelerating and celebrating 100 years of its flagship scientific journal, the East African Medical Journal. Nasir said the community health volunteers have a role to assist the county government in the eradication of illnesses where possible and creating positive health living amongst Mombasa citizenry. Now, in recent times, the world has witnessed a shift towards a more health-conscious society. This trend has led to the adoption of healthier eating habits, including the increased consumption of fruits and vegetables. The changing market demands and health concerns have left many farmers struggling to make ends meet, especially non-food crop farmers. In Nyeri County, the new trend has hit hard on tobacco farming, which has been a staple cash crop in the area's economy for decades. However, a new initiative has emerged within the region that aims to provide farmers with an alternative crop that can help them diversify their income streams and improve their health. British American Tobacco Company Kenya, a non-indigenous entity, has taken this cue to introduce avocado farming to tobacco farmers in Nyeri County to diversify their income sources and improve their economic and health needs. To achieve this noble cause, the company has declared its intention to distribute avocado seedlings to tobacco farmers in the region who have for a long time only planted the crop as a decorative fruit plant within their farms and homes, not knowing that it can be a source of livelihoods. And the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission has launched investigations into alleged irregularities in the award of a tender for the procurement of anti-mosquito nets at the Kenya Medical Supplies Authority. Detectives from the anti-graft body has obtained from Kemsa officers documents and other evidentiary materials required for the investigation. This is President William Ruto sacked Josephine Mburu as the Principal Secretary in the Ministry of Health, State Department for Public Health and Professional Standards of a mosquito net scandal. Mburu was sent home over the bungled procurement process handled by the Ministry of Health that left the country on the verge of losing a 3.7 billion shillings worth of anti-malaria nets from the Global Fund. The President also revoked the appointment of chairperson and members of the Board of Directors of the Kenya Medical Supplies Authority, which was responsible for the flawed procurement process. We got to Uganda, and Police Constable Stephen Mulombo, the holder of a gun used in the fatal shooting of a man in a banking hall in Uganda, has been dismissed from the police force. Mulombo's firearm is said to have been used by the suspect, Constable Ivan Wabwire, who was seen on CCTV shooting and killing Utam Bandari, the director of a money lending company TFS Financial Services. It was reported that Mulombo was sharing a room with the suspect where he left his firearm unattended, and Wabwire took advantage, using it to commit the crime. And a former associate of Rudy Giuliani sued the ex-New York mayor for $10 million, alleging he subjected her to wide-ranging sexual assault and harassment. Noel Dunphy also accuses Giuliani of wage theft and alcohol-drenched rants that included sexist, racist, and anti-Semitic remarks that made her work environment unbearable. The lawsuit says the former personal lawyer for Donald Trump often demanded oral sex when he took phone calls on speakerphone from high-profile friends and clients, including the then-President Trump. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
All right, it continues in different parts of the city. There's a bit of a drizzle here and there in Nairobi, so maybe because of the rain, folks are slowing down. The Southern Bypass has some traffic, and that's going towards the city. We're looking at it heavy on the Likoni interchange as well. Lunga is busy, as is Jogo Road today. It's busy on Langata Road. We're looking at Gong Road, some activity there as well. Still pretty heavy on the Thika Superhighway as well as Kiambu Road. We're looking at Limuru Road, busy this morning. Hey, who are these? Muthaiga, which is close to Gigiri, which is close to the United Nations, which is close to Village Market and Ruaka and all those closer to places. Traffic coming off Limuru Road all the way from the Village Market out towards the Aga Khan Hospital. And then into the city. James Gishoro, busy as well. Waiaki Way is doing the thing. My goodness, everywhere you look today, there seems to be some traffic. Like we said, Tuesday seems to be that one today. Where are you? Are you stuck? Let us know. Have you found a good route? Let us know that as well. And we'll spread the word. Talk to us on Spice FM KE on Twitter.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latin, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
How you doing? Good morning and welcome to the third hour of The Situation Room this morning, live on Spice FM, on KTN Home, and on YouTube and Facebook. Have you gone to Two Rivers? Please do, because the Two Rivers, if you go there, you'll find the apartments that are being put up by Centum Real Estate. They're saying, come in and see them. We'll take you around. You'll see them. You'll love them. And then you'll begin your journey towards home ownership. And that is as simple as that. Come, see, like, own. It is this simple. And you can go into a journey of home ownership, of course, using the KMRC loans. You know, it's possible for you to look at how much are you paying currently as your monthly rent. Okay. Can you put some of that into owning a home? And Centum are saying, you can actually start doing that. Just come in, put a down payment, and then let's talk about you go apply for this with your financial institution, and thereafter own a home. You can call Centum on 0740 400 215, that's 0740 400 215, or you can SMS the words Two Rivers to 22365. That's Two Rivers to 22365. They'll get back in touch with you with all the details. They'll invite you, come and see, and when you go and see, then what is going to happen? You'll love them. And you'll get into the journey of home ownership.
Yes.
Yeah.
You will buy and you will live.
Yes. So our guy, Amliota, will be posting that question on social media shortly on what you can do with INM. Personal unsecured loan, the largest in the market, up to 10 million shillings.
What would you do if you got a 10 million shilling loan?
You know, you can do very many things.
Yeah.
10M just like that. You can do very many things with 10 million shillings loan. And what INM Bank are saying is, my friend, if you're thinking of something like that, don't worry. Just come and do it. And we will be able to help you. Okay? All you need is an introduction letter from your employer, and your employer basically coming into INM at work, and they do the INM at work account. You come with your payslip, and straight up, payslip, go in. You get your loan assessed, and then your loan is given to you, and you will be fine. Sindio City.
Absolutely, and then you have to pay for it. Yes.
Yeah, paying now. That's once you've already gotten your 10 million shillings and you've done what you wanted to do, whether it's purchase a house or, build, purchase, whatever, invest somewhere, whatever you want to do with the money.
You know, the good thing is usually before they give it to you, they will probably have determined what it is you're going to put it to.
That's true.
Yes.
That's true. And even you'll have gone there and said, this is what I want to do. They tell you, okay, sour. It's personal and secured, no logbook, nothing, just your payslip and your employer's introduction. That's it. Jimmy Wanjege is our guest today, this morning. Good morning, Jimmy.
Good morning, Eric.
Karibu sana.
How are you all?
Good morning.
Very well, thanks.
We're well. Are you well?
Yes, very well. Very well. Glad to be back here.
Yeah, today you're wearing a jacket. You know, every time you come in a half coat.
In fact,
warm...
I think, that's true. I have a court session after this. I'm told the DPP wants to withdraw the charges that they had on me some time ago.
What charges were these?
Something about some land near my...
the Westlands land issue.
You remember the infamous raid, the
Yes.
siege? And, the truth has come out because they've said that there's no case. In fact, we are the complainants of some thieves. So they've realized those are real thieves and they are arresting them. So they just want to withdraw charges. So I'm going to court after this.
I see.
I guess, as we said at the time, it was a persecution.
Coming around full circle.
Full circle.
All right.
Full circle.
Karibu sana, Jimmy.
Asante sana.
Last time you were here, we were talking about public debt.
Yes.
And, the state of public debt and the issues that you had discovered in your audit of our debt book.
Yes.
And what you had seen. And then you painted a picture of what is likely to happen.
Yes.
If things don't change in the next couple of months. And many people are, reacted to that. And they were like, what on earth is this man saying? This is another doomsday. Surely.
Yes.
We have had people who are talking about doomsday on one side. And here's Jimmy again also talking doomsday on the other. So we said, please come back, Jimmy.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the future. So what are our options out of this?
Yes.
But let's not get there first.
Yes.
City has the day's proverb.
Good.
From the country of Eritrea. Now, people know Eritrea as this country which is literally next to the Red Sea, literally, with one of the oldest ports on this particular continent. And that rich history is lost because depending on when someone was born or when they started interacting with the history, their association with Eritrea is with Ethiopia. It started long before, long, the days of the pharaohs. The archaeologists and historians, when they look at just history and evidence, you'd be amazed at the sort of evidence they look at. There's this land that is even referred to as the land of Punt. Geographically, when they do whatever magic it is to take this and put it here and place the other here and then configure, Punt appears to be Eritrea.
Really?
Well, yes. And there's evidence to support it.
Allah?
Yes.
Every time I read that and I hear Puntland now in Somalia, so I actually assume.
Yes.
Pretty much the same here.
The historical Punt. These are people who are related to the Egyptian pharaohs. Yes. So their history is actually quite rich.
Okay.
But the details of more of this richness tomorrow. Now, Jimmy, you may not be here, but anyway, it'll be there. You'll be listening.
I'll be listening.
All right. Now the problem.
It's a lovely lesson.
If a lion shows you its teeth, it doesn't mean it likes you.
Are you saying that he's not smiling?
When a human being interprets the lion's actions,
Jimmy, tell these men they ought to listen to
me. You see, when we are now laughing, and when we laugh, we bare our teeth. So we assume that when a lion growls and bares his teeth, is laughing.
Yes.
No. That human
step a little closer and see.
If your earnest wishes to be an ancestor, then approach it.
Yes. So, Jimmy.
Yes.
Issue of public debt.
Yes.
And in fact, yesterday we had Bernard Mushere, who used to work at the National Treasury.
Yes.
He was an internal auditor. And he was also telling us about, things that he has been looking at, in our public debt, in our debt book. And he left us here baffled with, and we're like, okay, so Bernard, all right. It's your turn. Baffle us. The public debt.
Yes.
On Sunday, we asked the president the tune of our public debt so far. And he said, our books are showing something to the tune of 8.9 or so trillion shillings, close to 9 trillion shillings. And he says, this is a big thing. I asked him, are you going to publish the debt register? I said, why not publish the debt register? The issue, though, is if we are to publish the debt register and all of us have access to all the details of this is the amount of money borrowed from whom, used in this particular manner, what are we likely to find?
We start with meant for this purpose,
yes,
used in this way, so that we understand.
Yes.
Because when it's borrowed, it's for a purpose.
For what purpose was it borrowed? Was it acquired? At what rate was it acquired? What's the tenure? What are the details? And then, was it actually utilized? Now we start auditing, following the shilling, whether it was supposed to go into dam A or into road B or into rail C. Did it end up there? What are we likely to find, Jimmy?
Eric, thank you. It's good to be back here, as I said. Now, I listened to your question very intently. And I pray that you get the debt register quickly, because I didn't hear commitment on timing. The faster we get what are our rights, because it is a public debt register. In other words, it should be accessible to us. It is not a secret document. Now, when I was last here, I was very clear about the audit, forensic audit that we did with Muchero. I'm glad he came in yesterday. And we were very clear about where the debt of the country is anchored in the budget and in what is called the Appropriations Bill Development. And there, it is very clear the amount of debt that is taken and what its purpose is. There's a whole schedule of public debt. It says, as I said last time, Kitui Water Project, Kenya government is going to contribute so much in taxation. Then we have got debt we are taking from, let us say, Bank of India or India government or Exim Bank, India, the amount to be taken. So it is there. It is published in the Appropriations Bill. And I also said that what you see in the Appropriations Bill that has been passed over the last 9 years has been a total of approved debt of 2 trillion shillings. To remind Kenyans. Now, what you see then, and I think that's what you are asking, in the central bank account, I don't know, maybe Eric, is that what you meant by public debt register? Because in the central bank account, at the time we did the audit, it was showing that we owe 8.4 trillion, March last year. So we cumulatively said, if you take the carryover debt in the appropriations that was done by, or in the accounts, let me say in CBK, of the regime of Mwai Kibaki, there was 2.3. Now here there is 2, that's 4.3. We said there's a big shortfall of about 4.6 we cannot find. But to cap it was that the same appropriations bills in Parliament says there's one development, there's one recurrent. Recurrent tells us of our payments. Our payments were totaling in the same period of 9 years, 5.6 trillion. And we said we couldn't find that. So I don't know what you were asking for when you asked for the public debt register. Was it the accounts in the central bank? Was it the appropriations? Was it maybe a separate account in the treasury? Because as you learned from Muchero yesterday, we hear there's other debts there that are not legal. So which one were you asking for when you asked?
The National Treasury is required to report to Parliament the status of debts. And it has not been doing that as regularly as it ought to. Parliament has actually been pushing for this, and at some point in, I think the last time was in 2020 or 2021, the National Treasury then published this on their website and said this is the state of our debt, but a lot of information was redacted.
Yes.
And it was not up to date. And that has been the push again from Parliament. Can we get clarity into the National Treasury, what the National Treasury is handling as our debt. Because they're the ones who are paying back debts, and they're the ones who also sign those debts. So what are you dealing with? That was the question.
So where is the National Treasury getting this information? Because to me, this is we like people using big words, the data, this. Listen, where are they getting this information? Let's go back to the law.
Yes.
The law is clear where this information is anchored.
Mm-hmm.
So where else do we want this information?
And where is this information anchored?
Yes. It is anchored, as I said. The law is clear, the Constitution and the PFM law says categorically, the budget is where debt is anchored.
Mm-hmm.
And the debt is anchored in what is called the Appropriations Bill Development. There are two bills that go to Parliament during budget. You're going to see it in the next budget that's coming. There are two bills. Appropriations Development Bill and Appropriations Recurrent Bill.
Yes.
Those are the two bills. Now, debt, as I expressed last time, it is categoric. You cannot take debt unless it is for development. So it is anchored in Appropriations Bill Development.
Yes.
And it says all the debt that is approved by Parliament to be taken. Because you cannot take debt without the approval of Parliament.
Yes.
This is what I wonder, what is Parliament asking for? Because Parliament already has got the information.
After all, they're the ones who
in their books. They're the ones who approved it. And that is the law.
They have approved for the National Treasury to borrow X amount.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
Now, the National Treasury then goes and sources various sources for that X amount. The other issue that has also been a big one in Parliament is, should the National Treasury be coming, before you sign any loan, should you come and, first of all, inform Parliament that, for example, like you gave an example, Exim Bank of India, we have reached out to Exim Bank of India and we are about to sign a facility of X amount of money. Inform Parliament before signing.
They have
or
informed
do you inform Parliament after signing.
Eric,
after signing.
in the Appropriations Bill Development, they have already informed Parliament. There is a line item, a schedule, as I said.
Yes.
Exim Bank India, we are borrowing them from them so much
X
amount of money. And they ask parliamentary approval. So if they are doing something contrary to that approval, or in addition to that approval, let me say, then they have to come back to Parliament. If not, Parliament has already approved.
How would it present when we're looking at these numbers? Because then it would be confusing. How would it present if something was done outside of the lines for which it was originally created? If something was being done, that money having been borrowed, which is supposed to be for the sole purpose of development, or in some other cases, cash flow management, right? If that is done, how would we know? What would we see? What do you see that then says, okay, then Jimmy's looking at this and he says, I smell a rat. What would be the aroma that comes from here that we would say something is not right here?
Right. Two things. How they regularize that is by coming back with what you call the supplementary budget.
Yes.
And in supplementary budgets, you address any excess of borrowing that you have done and any domestic you may have done for cash flow. Now, the supplementary budget is also very clear on the maximum limit. You cannot borrow, it cannot be in excess of 15% of your budget. It's very clear, right? And you're regularizing what already exists as approvals. It is not something new. You can't come in with new things. A new line item, for example. You cannot. It is just regularizing. You can say you had done an estimate of a cost of that Kitui water project.
Yes.
It has gone up a little bit by 10%. Now you have come to regularize extra borrowing. That is it. So it's very controlled.
Right.
Now this is the law. This is one thing I would like everyone to understand. There's no hidden data
Yeah, it is open for us to see and calculate. Don't let anyone make you believe there is some hidden room where these things are being done. This is our law, and anything contrary to the law is delinquency. And that is what I was saying last time. Then it is odious debt. If we have not approved it by our laws, then it is odious debt. It is something that we are not responsible for as a taxpayer. Now, I'd like to take this a notch higher. When I was last here, I said when you reach a situation of a particular percentage of your revenue going to debt, as we had reached, then you are getting into a crisis. The crisis is debt default. Debt default. And I said the options of debt default are you either raise taxes, all right, or you default, or as I said, you declare an odious debt, as Mozambique did, and they dealt with it. So let's update what has happened since then, because I think a lot has happened. When I was last here, the finance bill had not been published. What happened to the finance bill? We are still debating it. 2 weeks on. Why? Why, Eric?
Because it's going through public participation.
That's a good one. Now, I think my assessment is that taxes have gone up. But I had you ask the president that question. And he said, yes, we have got to raise taxes in line with our GDP and in line with, because some analysis somewhere, that we are the lowest rated tax in the region in relation to GDP. And then at the same time, I also heard him say that, by the way, I have reduced taxes on about 15 items. So did he raise taxes? Are taxes up in the finance bill or are they down? I don't understand. Did they come down with the 15 taxes or have they gone up with the GDP? Eric, maybe because, I didn't see you ask a follow-up question to that.
It's gone up with the GDP, and that's why you're saying he's trying to take it up to about 16%.
So he has raised taxes.
But he has what he explained was what he's done is in some areas which are touching on the hustler, he has seen how to rationalize them. So, for example, if you talk about the removal of the taxes and duties on LPG, right? He says, so we want to make LPG more accessible. If we raise the 8% tax on fuel to 16% on petrol and diesel and kerosene, we are also removing some taxes, some of those levies on the needs, so that we are basically trying to make it painful but then less painful. That's what he meant.
Yeah, but what is the summary? That's like nitpicking.
The summary
is the summary up or down?
The debt is going up. I mean, the
taxes have gone up.
Taxes going
right.
up.
That tells you
our
that's
tax to
that's
GDP
a red
ratio
signal.
is going up.
I want you to see the red lights because it's important to understand the red lights. So tax has gone up. Red light. Red light. The next thing I want you to see, and our CT, you're a good mathematician, so I'm going to share some math with you here, is the April statistics of revenue. Okay? April stat of revenue. How much taxation the government says it has collected and published this financial year, as of the end of April. All right. The next thing that has changed since we last met is something called Moody's credit rating report. I think that's an important one because Moody's is the credit, there are two, Moody's and Finch mainly, that tell you the status of a country's credit worthiness, credit rating. And Moody's published 2 reports in the month of May. I mean, in my recent history, I don't remember that on Kenya, that within 2 weeks, you have had 2 reports. Okay? Right. The next, which is important to this question, is our dollar. I remember at one time, maybe a month ago or so, just before I came to studio, there was this big question about our dollar coming down because now there'll be no demand on the fuel dollars that are required every month. So I think it's an important start because, as I stated last time, every time we lose a shilling, we increase our debt by 40 billion shillings. It's an important parameter. The next are bonds and bills. What is happening to interest rates? What's happening to the government's capacity to raise that domestic money they put in the budget, so-called, to finance development. To finance
development.
Higher. And the last one, because these are all red lights, is something called the stock market. That is where we buy mostly stocks. One of our blue chip companies has, of recent past, I'm saying since I was here, had a dramatic share drop. Okay? And if you read all indications, that share drop is because of massive sales by foreign investors. Not local. We believe in our companies. Kenyans believe in our companies. So, massive sale of foreign investors, which tells you the way the world is viewing us. Important, red light. So, let's start with the first one. We've done the finance bill.
Let's take a break.
Taxes have gone up.
Let's take a break. We'll come and look back at those red lights. So, finance bill, red light, you said.
Yes.
Revenues, red light, you said. Moody's ratings, red light, you said. Forex and the exchange rate, red light, you said.
Yes.
You said looking at our local stock market, red light.
Yes.
Those are 5.
Yes. And
was there a sixth one?
I think you've not done. Have you done bonds and bills?
Bonds and bills was the 6th one.
Yes.
Red lights. Those are 6 red lights. We'll be discussing them after we take these breaks. 27 minutes to 9. Jimmy Wenjege, businessman, is in the studio today. We are talking about Kenya's debt burden. What are the options? Jimmy, we have some tea.
Thank you.
As guys are taking tea, you are taking water, but Ndu?
Do you drink tea, Jimmy?
I drink coffee. I'm a grower of coffee too, so I love my coffee.
Do you have people in your household who drink tea?
Of course.
Yes, my wife.
You see, this is wonderful. You see now?
There's a message here, is there?
Yes. It's a loud one, and you'll hear it shortly.
Right, so there's this wonderful tea. It's called Assis tea, all right? And it is grown in the Kiptagich tea estates.
Oh.
It's off a road that I cannot pronounce.
Kiptagich.
Olenguruone.
It is Olenguruone.
Bomet Road. That's where the tea estates are found. The wonderful thing about this tea is that it is your premium tea. 60% of it is consumed here in Kenya. And there are variants of the tea, so there's value added. So there's masala chai, there's lemon tea, there's the purple tea, there's a hibiscus tea, there's green tea, there's ginger tea. I mean, it's really great stuff.
I must recommend.
It's produced here, and it is also marketed and sold here, and some of it goes out for export. But imagine a premium tea that is sold in the Kenyan market for Kenyans to consume.
Wonderful.
And you can take some of that to Mrs. Wanjige.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Asante sana. Do I really appreciate? Oh, she will love this.
Yes.
And that is our local.
Local Kenyan product.
I will do so.
The guys
like you
that
said, we Kenyans trust our companies.
Yes. We Kenyans trust our companies. And I can see it's manufactured and packaged here.
Yes, it is.
Fantastic.
Isn't it?
Yes. Everything done here. Thank you so much.
Fantastic.
Appreciate it. Really appreciate it. Asante sana.
Let's take that break. We'll be back shortly. Good morning.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Yolanda Mulwa, DJ Absolute. When the gang is together, got the sugar, got the spice.
Yorada.
Yes.
I have missed you like hot hamburgers, eh?
Like hot hamburgers.
You know, bad boys give more money than you can count.
Hey, bad boys give more money than you can count. If it's fun, it's funky, it's fresh, you're definitely going to catch it here. I don't know what you do every day from 11 a.m. to 3 o'clock, but if I were you, I'd tune in to
Sugar and Spice only on 94.
Cloudy conditions in Nairobi, highs of 23 and lows of 14. It's sunny at 18 in Nakuru and sunny at 17 in Nyeri. 18 and mostly sunny this morning in Eldoret. And we're looking at mostly cloudy conditions at 27 in Mombasa. It's 28 and partly cloudy in Malindi. And at 21, Kisumu is sunny. At 18, Kakamega is sunny as well. Sunny conditions at 21 in Kampala, and it's sunny as well at 27 in Dar es Salaam. 10 degrees and mostly cloudy in Johannesburg. It's mostly cloudy at 26 in Lagos and cloudy at 25 in Kinshasa.
Spice up your life.
Still continues in most parts. Jogger Road not looking too bad. It's not doing too poorly getting onto Landis. It'll be heavy though as you get towards Kamkunji. That always has some traffic this morning as folks are getting into the CBD. Still heavy on the Thika Superhighway just past that survey area and also on Kiambu Road as well. All right, we're looking at the in and outs of James Gishoro spilling over to Waiakiwe, and the Red Hill Link Road has some traffic as well right about now. Kitisuru, looking at James Gishoro coming in from that area, Kitisuru, then coming into Muthaiga, Spring Valley, that whole area, a lot of traffic there this morning. So let's just watch out for that. Normal Tuesday morning, nothing out of whack. Spice FM KE, Twitter.
Welcome to Spice FM, the best exclusive radio station bringing you the best mix of the best music ever. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Continues. This is a Situation Room. This is Kenya's biggest conversation on Spice FM, on KTN Home, on YouTube and on Facebook. Jimmy Wanjege is our guest this morning. He's come here bearing 6 red flags. 1, the finance bill. 2, Moody's rating. 3, revenue collection as at the end of April. 4, he's talking about look at our exchange rate and how our shilling is doing against foreign currencies. 5, look at how our stock market is doing. 6, look at how our bills and bonds are doing when the government is going to borrow in the local domestic market, how it's faring. Okay, start with the first one. The finance bill. We are having a national conversation about the finance bill now. The National Assembly Committee on Finance is now receiving all petitions. By yesterday, they have told us they had received more than 1,500 submissions. And they'll start having public hearings from Monday or Tuesday next week. Uh-huh.
Now, I think you had a very good guest here last week, Kero Bilo. Biro Kero. And I think he articulated what happens to the finance bill when it gets to Parliament. So it goes into committee and goes to the House. And that generally it's an omnibus bill. I think he was quite assertive about that.
Yes.
Which means really to even change a comma is a very difficult thing. So I want to go generally on the assumption, because I think, look at intent. The intent of the government is to tax us out of this problem. And the problem, keep your eye on the ball, is debt. There's nothing else. It is nothing else. The problem and the target is debt. How to deal with this ballooning debt.
Yeah.
So they have decided they are going to use the option of taxing us out of this problem. So whatever is to come out of finance bill, I think the principle will not change. That taxes will rise for each and every one of us even as you are saying, the so-called hustler, right? Because the minute you raise fuel, it touches that hustler more than anything else.
It touches everybody.
Everybody, right? Now, I've also seen an assertion, interestingly, about how fuel prices, let me tell you, you imagine that even as we are talking today, fuel in Uganda is cheaper than it is in Kenya. And that fuel, their fuel passes our whole territory to get to Uganda. It's now at 174. I think we're at 184. With the proposed changes, they say we're heading towards 200.
And 5.
And 5. Now, really, okay? It's cheaper to buy fuel or any goods in Uganda because goods, the price of fuel is an input cost.
Yeah.
An input means cost of your production.
Yeah.
So for any manufacturer, it's easier to go across. Look at electricity. Look at everything. It's cheaper there. Now, before we get there, I think the principle is the finance bill is going to increase our taxes. So they're taxing us out of our debt problem. 2, I think on your list it's what? Moody's? Moody's.
It was revenue.
Revenue.
But you can go to.
So we went to revenue.
Yes.
Now, I have given CT, he's good with numbers. CT, well, you're very good with the numbers. I hope you have a pen and a calculator. I want to make this, you see, everyone makes these figures like they are very complicated. They are very simple.
Ndu has the calculator.
Yes.
He has a
Sitting
calculator.
has the paper.
I have the maths.
And
She
you
has
have
the
you have a
calculator.
piece
I
of
have
paper.
the pen.
You have a pen and a piece of paper.
yes.
Good. I want the pen and the piece of paper.
Jim is determined that I must go back to class.
Oh, yes. Now, this is what I presented are 2 things. One is the statement of actual revenues and net exchequer issues as of 28th of April 2023. This is now the statement of account up until April 2023 of this year. And the second one are our debt obligations of the financial year. So, CT, let's go to the first one. It says tax revenue, second item. All right? It says revised tax estimate. Don't worry about original. Revised tax estimate. What does it read?
2.108 trillion.
Right. That is what the government...
Revised estimate.
Yes. That is what the government needs to collect. All right?
By the end of June.
By the end of June.
Okay.
This is now end of April. And how much have they collected?
Actual receipts as of the 28th of April is 1.573 trillion.
Right.
Yes.
Now, I want you to take a very good calculator. Because this is very simple math. Because we are trying to get to a particular target. Very simple math. When you say 2.108 trillion, I would like you to divide that by 12 and tell me what you need to come to every month. And I'll make it easy for you. This is thousands there you see in the front. So you just take 2108, divide by 12, you get the figure that is monthly.
175.6.
Oh! Now na siti umeshindwa na hesabu. 175 billion.
She's the calculator.
It's called a tag team.
Division of labor.
Yeah, we get it.
Division of labor.
Yes.
Everyone with their specialty.
175.6 is the monthly target.
Is the monthly target for collection.
For collection.
All right?
All right.
Now, I want you to take 1573 and divide by 10 months.
157.3.
That is how much we have been collecting so far. All right?
So there's been a shortfall.
So 175 minus 157.
That's 20.
18 deficit. Shortfall.
18 deficit?
So what we should be collecting to meet the target is 175.6. What has been collected is 157.3. The shortfall is 18.
Good. Now, let me simplify
That's
it further.
billion, huh?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, it's not 18 shillings.
157 billion is what they're collecting.
Yes.
So multiply one, because these last 2 months, I can assure you, as you can feel the economy, it's not going to be any big boom. So let's take it, they'll collect 157 the next 2 months. So that's May and June, right? That brings us to a total figure of what? 157
314 times 12?
Yes.
Okay, so 157 times 12 will give us 1.8 trillion.
1.8 trillion.
Yes.
Right. Now, CT. Look on your second page.
Right.
Remember that figure of 1.8 trillion. We're coming back to the math.
Is what you are estimating they will be able to raise.
Correct.
By the end of June.
Correct.
All right.
Now, you come to, I think you can see some circles. The revised estimates 2022, 2023. This is now the debt register, accounts. What does it say annual payments this year, public debt at the bottom?
1.360 trillion.
So we estimate about 1.4, right? Remember, we are losing on exchange every month.
Yeah.
Yes.
Or every week, actually.
Every day, actually.
Yeah. So now, remember your figure? 1.8?
Yes.
All right. Now just to make this simple for those at home, right? What is 10% of 2.1 trillion? Remember, 2.1
is 210
billion.
Yes.
Yes.
210
billion.
That's
Right.
10%. That much I can do of head.
Good. So 210 minus 2.1 trillion takes you to what?
So 2.1 trillion minus 210 billion. 1.9.
Yes.
1.9.
1.88 actually on the money.
Okay. You've minus 10%. So it means that 90% of our revenue is going to debt. Have I lost you?
No.
Why did you do the 10%?
Because you just subtract. Because we're now getting into percentages.
Okay.
We're trying to see how much of our debt,
Our annual
our
debt,
revenue is going
our
to
annual
debt.
debt repayment is 1.4 trillion this year.
Yes.
You are estimating that going by the fact that we had only collected 1.57 trillion by the end of last month, we are likely going to collect 1.8 trillion by the end of next month.
Yes.
Right? By the end of June.
Yes.
So if we collect that 1.8 trillion, we pay 1.4 trillion, we only left with for like a 400 billion shillings. Ya kucheza nayo sasa hapo kulipa mshahara.
Now, I want you to understand it in percentage terms to debt. So, Eric, where are you going? Let me revise what I said.
Okay.
So, if 1.8 is the revenue we're collecting,
yes,
and we had a target of 2.1,
yes,
of 2.1.
1.
So, 1.4 is what percentage of 1.8 trillion?
Okay. So it's 1.4 over 1.8.
Times 100.
Times 100.
77%.
77%.
Yeah.
Okay, so we are at 77%. I think when I was last here, I said that we would be about 80% of our revenue
going to debt. Yes.
Now, with
77 is close to 80.
It's close to 80. I think you can see we were on the money. We were on the money. Now, I said Ghana, when it reached 70% in December, they defaulted. We are at 77% as we are talking today. I want you to also look at something called the shilling. Ever since, let's even give it a period of a year since now. The shilling was at 120 a year ago. 120. As of latest figures yesterday, it is 138. I said we are losing 35 to 40 billion shillings every time the shilling drops. So, again, you're very good with your calculations.
138 minus 120.
18.
Yes.
I don't even...
Times. Let's take the minimum, 35.
630.
That is the increase of debt to date, billion.
Good golly.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
And it's very clear the shilling is not losing its slide. It is a shilling a week. A week. So you can estimate what it's going to be at the end of June. They are unable to stem the slide of the shilling. Are you getting frightened enough?
Not really, just intrigued. Because it leads, you see, you've landed at a spot where, well, I didn't know you were going to get there, but you've gotten there. And the question that I was asking in my mind, and which I want to now express loudly, is if everything remained constant, let's say the shilling wasn't doing this downward slide, and it remained constant, and the taxes that have been proposed and which are going to land on our heads also realized what it was that they're supposed to realize, would we, in all honesty, ever be able to actually manage the country? Manage meaning pay our debts and also meet our obligations?
No.
Yes.
No, not as we are.
Yes.
Not as we are. And that's what I was trying to articulate last time I was here. That we entered a debt trap. When Honorable Mwai Kibaki, His Excellency Mwai Kibaki left power, of every 100 shillings of our revenue, 18 shillings was going to debt. 18. And in fact, this thing, let's simplify. Don't put debt to GDP. Talk about how much of our revenue
is going to debt.
Is going to debt. Just like we manage our homes.
Yes.
Okay, it's a simple thing. When anybody takes you GDP, they are trying to send you into the stars. Now, when Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta left, I think you've seen the figures. 65, I think, was the figure. We are now heading towards 80. They normally say that if you have reached a point where 30%, in other words, 30 shillings of every 100 is going to debt, you enter what is called a debt trap. You need more and more debt to keep meeting your obligations.
And there's no end.
And there's no end in sight. None. The end in sight is if for some good reason we struck some great product, like suddenly we have got oil.
We do have oil.
Well, we are not exploiting it right now, are we?
No, we're not.
And I think it's even, let's be sincere about oil. I think it's not going to be as popular in the future as it used to be.
No, popularity is going down.
Yes. So we have to look at our productive side and say, what do we have that is dramatically going to change our accounts?
Yep.
Or you go through the options which we are going through. We are no different to any other country in the world. Right? Because, somehow I tend to think Kenyans think we are more special. We think we are more special in some way or another in terms of this. We are going to be saved by people or something of that sort. They owe us an obligation. It amazes me. I hear everyone saying, but IMF will come to our aid. Those are people's taxes in IMF. Why should they come to a Kenya's aid when we are the ones who have messed up our own accounts? Right? So, this was a matter of time. It's called kicking the can down the road. And we kicked it down the road until it has reached where it has reached. This is the end.
Jimmy, even as we look at these numbers, the last time you came in, you also looking at the publication that you put out and then talking about this again today, the question is, then what? We've come and then we've thrown this thing, it's exploding all over the place, and then you say, then what? If somebody who is on the outside, as it were, is able to see this by a simple audit of some of these numbers, taking the time to actually go in and do that, the question is, then what?
I'm coming to that. This is why I want us to keep at this, because we must accept it first as Kenyans. We must accept it.
So let's go on to the next thing. Sorry, City, you want to ask something? Okay.
Not really. This question can wait because it's not one.
So we've dealt with how many? We've dealt with three.
We've dealt with April. We've dealt with finance bill.
We've dealt with revenues.
We've done with revenues
and exchange.
And we've done exchange.
Yes.
Now let's go to Moody's report.
Okay.
Now Moody's came out with a very interesting report on the 1st of May.
Mm-hmm.
They said Kenya's credit rating, is B2.
But it's been downgraded to B3.
From B1. Mm-hmm. But I want you to understand this so clearly, CT. I want you to take it pole pole.
Mm.
I want you to read the scale for those who...
Okay.
Moody's rating scale.
Yes, just so that you understand where we are at. So when you hear B, C, you got D, you understand.
Where does it begin? Does it begin from the top or from the bottom?
A, lowest level of credit risk, meaning, and it's in blue, meaning you can be lent money.
Okay.
Then there's AA1, AA2, AA3, very low credit risk.
Okay.
Then there's A1, A2 and A3, low credit risk. Remember, we lowest, very low, now low.
Mm-hmm.
Then now we enter the waters that we may be familiar with. BAA1, BAA2, BAA3, that's moderate credit risk. I think moderate. As we like saying katikati. Then there is the next level, substantial credit risk, in the English language. Now, BA1, BA2, BA3. Then now, these are waters that we understand full well. It is in bright orange. High credit risk, B1, B2, B3.
High credit risk.
High.
Orange color.
Orange. There's red. You know, we haven't gone to red yet. Okay. Now, red is the one that you should pay attention to because red is CAA1, CAA2, CAA3. Now, this one is very high credit risk. Believe it or not, we are there.
There we go.
We are at B2.
We're at B3.
We are at B3.
Yes, which means we are just one step away from being very, 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 that very.
You know,
very.
when you go to traffic lights,
there
is amber, there's green, there's amber, green, amber, and red.
Yes.
Right? Now we are at amber.
Get ready to stop.
And counting down.
And the lowest seconds of amber.
Yeah.
B3. Now we started at the beginning of this month at B2, and within just 2 weeks we went to B3.
Good grief.
Right.
And as CT has put into the next is
C.
AA1 categorization. Now you know that one now is like you're already bad. Now you're bad grade 1, you're bad grade 2, you're horrible grade 3. And
Jimmy, where were we a year ago?
We were B1.
So we've been in B1 until 2 weeks ago.
Yes.
When now we've gone to B2.
Yes.
We're heading south towards the C category.
Yes. and very fast.
Is
Take
the
note,
red.
very fast. So what is it Moody is seeing that we are all not seeing? Or we are refusing to see? Because it's good to live in the real world.
What do they look at?
They look at our numbers, just like we are looking at them. There's nothing different that they look at. They look at our numbers, just as we are going down this list. Okay? Are we together? Good. What was the next one?
The next one,
before we move
is
from
our bills, our
it.
bills and bonds, and our stock exchange, and we look at those once we do the news.
So
let's do the news.
Look at that. Sawa.
Yeah. So facts as they are, from figures published by the Central Bank and the National Treasury, we have so far, by the end of April, we had collected 1.573 trillion shillings. The revised target for revenues toward the end of this year is 2.108 trillion shillings. We are far from that.
But Jimmy has to answer
about 535 billion shillings. When we come back, we now look again at more. Jimmy Wanjege stays with us. Keep it here. Good morning. It's 9 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good Good morning. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. The spouse of the Deputy President, Pastor Rigathi Dorcas, spent the better part visiting drug dens in Mombasa County. During a visit, Pastor Dorcas interacted with addicts of various forms of drug abuse in their hideouts in Shimanzi area. She promised to rehabilitate many of the addicts who have voluntarily agreed to be rehabilitated. During her interaction with them, the addicts promised to reform once taken through a rehabilitation process. Many have expressed interest in being taken through the rehabilitation program. Now, Kemsa has dispatched a team of experts to Marsabit County to collect samples for test after 9 people died. Several patients are also admitted across the country in what the health department suspects to be a severe malaria outbreak. Kemsa is working with the WHO to unravel the mysterious disease. Now, new guidelines from the UN Health Agency have advised against using non-sugar sweeteners. The recommendation from the World Health Organization is based on a review of available evidence which suggests that artificial sweeteners do not help control body mass or reduce the risk of weight-related illnesses. Results of the review also suggest that there may be potential undesirable effects from the long-term uses of NSS, such as the increased risk of type 2 diabetes, cardiovascular diseases, and mortality in adults. The recommendation applies to all people except individuals with pre-existing diabetes and includes all synthetic and naturally occurring or modified non-nutritive sweeteners that are not classified as sugars found in manufactured foods and beverages or sold on their own to be added to foods and beverages by consumers. Now, the Kenya Kwanzaa administration, in conjunction with the Retired Benefits Authority, has undertaken strategic policy interventions that are expected to pull the informal sector into the pension scheme and grow pension coverage in the country to 30%, up from the current 20.5% by 2024. The sector, which carries over 90% of the Kenyan workforce through MSMEs, has stirred concern over recent years due to its significantly low pension coverage, with only 1.3% of workers in the informal sector registered under the pension scheme. Millions of Kenyans risk old age poverty. Police in Nakuru have impounded 9,000 litres of ethanol that was on transit through Nakuru town headed towards an unknown destination. Nakuru East Sub-County Police Commander Martin Wekesa says the owner of the lorry lost control near Upper Hill, veering off the road and landing in a ditch. The lorry caught fire, attracting members of the public who later informed officers. The officers rushed to the scene only to find that the vehicle had a consignment of ethanol. KRA is estimated to have lost 3.2 million shillings in unremitted revenue. Insecurity has been identified as the main challenge that affects everything else in cross-border geographies in the Horn of Africa and the larger East African region. United States Agency for International Development Kenya and East Africa Regional Resilience Specialist Yasin Salah said long-standing conflicts among pastoralists arising from territorial disputes and access to natural resources, cattle raiding, and clan or religious-based political struggles tend to be co-opted by local and transnational actors to gain political and administrative control. Salah observed that climate change could further expose and exacerbate tensions, conflicts, and insecurities, particularly through resource scarcity and shock-related displacement. And the Intergovernmental Authority on Development, in partnership with the United Nations Capital Development Fund and governors of central banks from member states, are seeking to harmonize remittances policies across member countries. The partners have organized a 2-day forum in Nairobi themed Unlocking the Potential of Remittance for Sustainable Development, whose aim is to discuss opportunities that promote remittance policies and regulations. Speaking during the forum, IGAD Chair Ambassador Rahma Saleh said the IGAD region is characterized by high mobility, noting that an estimated over 9.5 million people, which represents 4% of the region's population, are always on transit. The region received remittance amounting to $9.5 billion in 2022, which accounted for 3% of the region's GDP. Now, the United States has said that it is taking action against Nigerians who undermined this year's election, which is being contested by opposition leaders who allege irregularities. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken said the United States would refuse to issue visas to specific individuals in Nigeria for undermining the democratic process during Nigeria's 2023 elections law. Visa issues are generally confidential under U.S. law. This is Newswire. Dennis Anseta, good morning.
94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Tuesday morning, still looking at some traffic coming off of Jogo Road this morning, but look at what's going on in Rhino Dinga Way. It's connecting with Gong Road and very busy getting into the city at the Haile Selassie Junction at the roundabout. We're still looking at traffic coming off the Thika Superhighway. It's still very busy. It's dwindling on Kiambu Road, so it looks a lot better now. James Gishiro letting up here and there a bit as you cross over to Waiyaki Way, and you'll be fine then using the Red Hill Link Road, at least for now. Limuru Road still very busy, the Northern Bypass, some traffic then coming into and touching on Ridgeways out through Kiambu Road right about now. Let's take a look at about half hour or so, likely to change and get better. Talk to us on Spice FM KE on Twitter, and let's keep things moving this morning.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latif, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The conversation continues. Jimmy Wanjeke, businessman, and a politician, is still here with us. Today, we are talking about the debt burden, and hopefully by the end of this, like Becky is saying, as you share all those numbers and the red flags, Jimmy, kindly also share an assortment of antidepressants.
They want Jimmy to be a quack.
Please also just prescribe the antidepressants.
Yes, let's go through the pain first.
We'll go through the pain first.
Yeah.
Okay. Jimmy's here. We're talking about our national debt, and we've also given him some Assis premium tea to take home. This is some lovely tea, Ndu, right?
Yes, it is. I mean, imagine the different flavors that you have. Purple tea. You know, you could actually think about becoming a tea drinker, Jimmy, because there's purple tea. Who's ever heard of that, right? Okay, well, we have, but you want to ask yourself, what does it taste like? Enjoy it. Hibiscus tea, lemon tea, and this is all being produced and packaged here in Kenya. Nothing like the leaves being taken out and then sold back into the country. No.
Ndu, I'll show you.
Right here.
You've sold this very well. I shall definitely taste.
You will do it, right?
I definitely
have a cuppa when the wife is doing it, so you know.
The next thing that I'm about to sell is not for you. Walk to Two Rivers Mall and see, now this is also for you. Walk to Two Rivers Mall and you see what they are putting up there. Centum Real Estate. You've seen the apartments, of course. You've been to Two Rivers. You know Centum and the work that they are doing at Two Rivers Mall, putting up the apartments and saying, come and buy. You can buy a 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom apartment, and all you need to do is think big and go big. Go there, see, all right, actually, if I walk into my financial institution, I can take a loan and I can buy this, and I even have a solution for the people. Now, if you are employed by Jimmy Wanjeke in any of his companies, he's your employer. He can give you an employment introduction letter, and you can take to I&M Bank, and I&M Bank can give you the largest unsecured personal loan of up to 10 million shillings. All you need is your payslip from Kwacha Group, and then an introduction letter from the CEO, MD of Kwacha, and that's it. And I&M Bank will sort you out. Today we are giving away 5,000 shillings. Lioto is about to post a question on social media. What is it that you can do with 5,000 shillings today? What kind of urgent need do you have? And you're saying, please guys, give me this 5,000 bob. This is what it will do. I&M Bank is saying, tunakujali, we want to set you up on that. And they are telling you, come to I&M Bank, walk into our bank, any branch countrywide, and come and open a salary account. You can also tell your employer, come and open I&M at work. And we begin that journey of giving you the largest unsecured personal loan in the country. City, the proverb tafadhali.
Yes.
From Eritrea.
Yeah, from Eritrea. If a lion shows you its teeth, it doesn't mean it likes you.
If a lion shows you its teeth, it doesn't mean it likes you. It wants stacks.
The lion is contemplating the possibilities.
You know the mascot for the KRA?
Yes.
A tax for a lion is your meat.
Yes. Bas. We've dealt with the flags, Jimmy.
Yes.
Finance bill. The whole import of the finance bill is that our taxes are going up in the next financial year. No matter how much maybe MPs try to tinkle with here and there, the general idea is taxes are going up. The general idea as well is that the revenue target that had been set for the current financial year is most likely not going to be met. But our debt obligation is most likely not going away. It'll still be there. We ought to pay 1.2 trillion shillings by the end of this financial year. And we'll look at how much we are able to raise. Next year, it's going to be more. There's a bigger obligation for the next financial year. Red flags have gone all the way up to Moody. Moody's have downgraded us from what position, City?
B1.
From B1 to B.
We were at B2. Then now we're at B3. But we're at B1 not too long ago. The surprising thing is the speed with which we are moving. Yes, it's like Formula One racing. One moment you see this thing, the next moment it has gone. Whoop.
I wonder if when you're going back on this rating, you go as quickly as you go down.
No, you don't. Unfortunately not.
No, going up.
Unless, as you said, you discover something great. Yeah.
So they've opened DRS now. We're on the straight.
Correct.
But the thing that comes to mind, though, there's two things. One, there has always been this discussion about a certain amount of money that we seem to misappropriate every single day. Now, you as a listener may not misappropriate it, but there are people who do it on your behalf. Okay? And the amount mentioned ranges from 2 billion to 2.7 billion every single day. Now, Jimmy, there is this little matter. I want to ask two questions. One, if indeed there was a possibility, now this possibility is within the realms of miracles, that this particular amount or the outflow of it could be stemmed and that we actually had it within our coffers, would we be able to manage this debt in whatever way better?
Yes and no. As I said, I think we reached a point of no return some time ago. So that management needs to come with other things. It is what you hear people talk about austerity, similar to what we were discussing the last time I was here. What fat do you cut?
Because there's fat.
There's fat. So you look at the indicators of government with this expenditure and ask yourself, are they cutting the fat? I think you've seen it. I don't see austerity on
They seem to be increasing the fat instead of cutting it.
Correct. So I think to sum up your question.
That's question one. There's a second one.
Yeah. To sum up your question, yes, if we manage them well, and management is two-pronged. One, you cut the fat. The other is that you deal with corruption, massive delinquency.
Okay. There's this discussion about the odious debt. If we declared this and whatever instruments of justice that are available allowed us to declare it, and it was etched in whatever legalistic journals that we required, etched so that it became something that was known even internationally, that a certain amount of money was declared odious, then arguably what remains would be what legally we are obligated to pay for. Now, would we be able then to manage our debt?
Now, I'm going to come to that because you're now talking about solutions.
Okay.
You're still on solutions. I'm coming to that.
We haven't exhausted
we are still on pain.
We need to understand the pain and look at it as it traverses the very sinews of our body.
Sure. So another pain point here, because some of the things that we've alluded to, maybe not come out clearly to say, we've established time and time again that borrowing is for the purposes of development.
That is the law.
According to the law.
Yes.
That's what it's supposed to be for.
Yes.
Plus cash flow management. Yeah?
Cash flow short term.
Okay,
within a year.
Within a year. Right. But from all that we've seen, even from conversations that we had yesterday and from what we've seen here, it would appear as though there is money that has been borrowed but has not been spent on this development.
Yes.
So the pain point here is asking the question, because then it must be established, what was this money used for?
Yes.
Because we cannot see a direct correlation between Project X and this money then that is attached to it. We just know that there was money that was borrowed. Can't see where it went.
Yes.
Where did it go? What was it used for?
Again, we're coming to solutions. Because we've established the pinpoint. We know that it did not go to development.
Okay.
Because we can't see
so it is contrary to the law.
Because we cannot see the development. Yeah.
Now, whether we investigate it, find it, whether I have the details, that's a secondary question.
Do you, Jimmy?
Yes.
You have the details as per where this money went?
Yes.
Let's do the remaining two red flags.
Yes.
Our stock market, our bills and bonds.
Yes. Now, our stock market. It's unfortunate I have to talk about Safaricom. I think it's public knowledge that is not only one of our blue chip companies.
It's the largest in the market.
The largest in the market. And if you want to get an indicator of the value of our stock, that is a stock you look and follow. That stock has come down in the last 2 or 3 months at a rate that's never been seen before. It was at almost 30. It is now at 12.85 as of yesterday. And it is being dumped in massive quantities. On Friday, I know they had to stop the bidding because it had dropped the most that it is legally allowed by NSC to drop in one day. Now, if you look at the portfolio of the people who are dumping it, it's foreigners. Why? Why? What is it they are seeing that we all can't see? Because we are still using our lines. We are still using M-Pesa. If you look at the volume of business of Safaricom, locally, it's not depreciating. So what is it that is happening that is making foreigners jump at this?
So it isn't Safaricom that they have a problem with?
It's the country.
Yes.
And you'll find, as I've talked to 1 or 2 brokers, who are big brokers for foreign investors, the first thing some of their buyers are asking, the sellers are asking, is how long will it take me for my foreign exchange remittance?
That's the question.
That's the question. And they're being told, well, normally it's 48 hours, now maybe 4 weeks, depending on the sum. So what is that an indication of?
No, that answer doesn't help our situation very much, does it?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. It doesn't.
Would it take 4 weeks?
Yes, it's taking 4 weeks. I think you can talk to some of the brokers. They will tell you. On the quantums, especially, I know of Safaricom, they are very clear that your remittance, when you sell today, will get to you in 4 weeks. I know there was even a conference with the FTSE 100, the Treasury, the Central Bank, the Capital Market Authority, and I think a week ago, last week, trying to address this one issue. It's taking too long for remittance of their forex to get to them. Because, you know, if you're buying and selling, you want quick, because you must be buying and selling somewhere else. So it's taking a long time. That is a clear indicator. It's a big red light. Big red light. So they are seeing something. They are seeing something we are refusing to accept. I say we are refusing to accept because, you know, we are on the side of hopeful. We are a Christian country. We are a hopeful nation. We like to believe that our life is not just about doom. And we believe that there is something better tomorrow. But we must also be realists, because we can't just wake up and things are better. We must work to make them better by accepting the position we are in today. Now, the last one is bonds and bills. Now, City, you have that good map. If you go to domestic borrowing on the revenues and exchequer, I think you can see the revised estimates. What is the figure?
886,521,000,000.
And so far, how much has been achieved?
406,618,000,000.
Half.
Less than half.
Do you look, you're shaking your head?
It's less than half.
You're shaking your head.
So the CBK has gone to the market asking for how much?
886. Central, but not CBK. This is Treasury.
The Treasury has gone to the market asking for this amount.
886. Say 890.
Okay. 890.
Which tells you how much a month? Let's go back to our calculation.
By 12.
You're very good at
Divided by 12 is 74. Per month.
74.
Yes.
74 billion per month.
Per month.
And so far they've done 406.
Yes.
Let's say 400 in 10 months. So what is that?
About 40 per month.
So what?
Deficit of about 31.
31.
Sorry, 34.
Yes, and that is going to be accentuated by the falling value of the shilling. So it may be 34 today, tomorrow it will not be 34.
Now,
at the end of the week, it will most definitely not be 34.
Why,
Are they seeking in shillings or in dollars?
Shillings. This is shillings.
This is shillings.
This is shillings. So you ask yourself, why are the investors of bonds and bills, banks, you and I, why are we not bidding?
Why are they shying away from what is traditionally
secure?
The most secure.
Correct. What has happened?
But when you say
this is a shortfall of almost half, correct?
Yes.
Yep.
It's a big shortfall.
Among the people who are often the takers are just our local banks.
Yeah, but the banks is our money.
Precisely.
Right.
So have they also declined to take?
It's clear.
They're the ones.
It's clear.
They're
and
the ones.
they have declined, right? Maybe they would tell you the interest rate. But what is the interest rate an indication of?
Confidence.
Risk.
Yes.
Risk.
Risk. So the government is coming out saying maybe we can't give you more than 10%. So they're saying we're not interested. So what is it they are seeing that we are refusing to see?
They're in country.
They're in country.
And if that is the statement they are making, they are providing fodder for anyone who is external to look and say, if the locals who are usually very eager to take this paper are this reluctant, what do they know that we don't know?
What do they know?
Do we really want to dip our toes in this particular water?
Jimmy, now for the record, we're going to go through each of those 6. Say what you're saying about it. Let's start. Finance bill.
High taxes.
Taxes are going up.
High taxes.
Revenues.
Low revenues. Low revenues.
Hey, Moody's rating.
Distress.
So we've been downgraded
Knocking
by
at
the
our door.
Moody's. Okay. Our exchange, our forex market.
Dropping and thinning like all of us.
The stock market.
People are fleeing. Fleeing.
Our stock market.
Yes.
Okay. Bonds and bills.
Too high risk.
In summary.
Disaster.
Summarize the
disaster is here. It is here. It
here
is not
now
coming.
Or here
it is
coming
here.
by.
It is here. It is actually here. We are just refusing to accept.
Okay.
But it is here.
Have we ever been at this kind of place?
Never in the history of Kenya. And I think that
not even in the 90s.
No.
When we had an issue, we had to bring in a dream team to show up our economy. We had to do all these things. We have never been here.
Now, the good thing at that time is that when a dream team came, there was one main donor. that you could put under Paris Club, the bilateral donors. And you put them together, agree certain things in a room, and within a few days, you had an agreement. Now, there's also another misconception that somehow or another, when Kibaki took the government, we were in such a bad state and he revived it, and this can be the case today. Let me
disabuse us
of that notion.
Yes.
Mwai Kibaki did not inherit this amount of debt. Because of Paris Club and because of the restrictions on borrowings, because of the multi-party era and the lack of it and dictatorship under Moi, he did not have a loan, huge loans to hand over to Mwai Kibaki.
Because nobody would give him the loans.
Yes. So Kibaki inherited a negative 1 GDP. First in our history. That is the notch of Moi's regime. It's the first time we've ever
GDP
gone to minus one.
My goodness.
It was -1. That is what he inherited. But he did not inherit.
How much debt was there at that point?
Oh, very little. It was literally, it was peanuts. It was manageable. And the Paris Club, it was peanuts. Peanuts. So
our revenues could pay.
Yes. Our revenues could pay.
Essentially, the government under Moi, as we are saying, was actually paying its debts even then.
It had no choice. But it took us to -1 GDP.
The impact of it was...
That was the impact.
Yes, and
in other words, it could not... Yes.
We were raising all our revenues...
just to
paying
that
debt.
But you know what is interesting? I was alive and kicking and well, and I could actually eat ugali at that particular point in time. And there was a lot of talk about the suffering. In all honesty, Jimmy, you were alive then. Did you feel this suffering?
Not like this.
Yes.
Not like this. Because city is cause of only one thing. You did not have the debt.
Yes. Because
that is the thing you must recognize. Is the big difference.
But I'm hearing a contradiction of sorts here, Jimmy. If our debt at that point was almost going shilling for shilling to debt, sounds like we're in the same kind of situation now.
No, let me
where our revenue, whatever it is going almost shilling for shilling to debt.
Yes, but are we accumulating more debt today?
Yes.
Right. Were we accumulating more debt at the time?
No.
No. We had what is called relief. That is the difference. Now, I've also had the other notion, going back now, because now I think we need to start talking about solutions. I had the other notion that, in fact, I think it's the president who mentioned this over the weekend, that he is a good student of Mwai Kibaki. And Mwai Kibaki raised more taxes from 220 billion to 1 trillion by the time he exited. That is true. But Mwai Kibaki did not raise taxes by squeezing the existing taxpayers. What Mwai Kibaki did was bake a bigger cake. He removed what you call the barriers to development that had occurred under the Moi era. And when he did that, he brought more people into the tax bracket. I'll give you an example of media, because we're in a media room. At the time, you had only 2 TV stations. I think KTN was one. And VOK, KBC.
Yes.
I think you had 1 radio station.
When? In 2002?
Yes.
It was slightly more, but yeah.
Yes. So Mwai Kibaki comes and says, why is this thing restricted? Open as many radio stations as you want, as many TV stations as you want, as many vernacular stations as you want. Spread your reach. When you spread your reach, I, as assistee, know that I can talk to somebody in the village through a particular radio station. I advertise more, I get more sales. I contribute more to taxation. So he removed the barriers to development. He did not squeeze the existing taxpayer. All right? And he did that across the country. We saw the expansion of mobile phones that period. We saw M-Pesa during that period. He removed barriers to development across this nation. So we expanded from 220 to 1 trillion. What is being proposed now in the finance bill is to squeeze us who are currently contributing.
It's not opening up more spaces.
No. Where? Please, maybe I am not understanding something. Maybe you know more than I do. Where is he expanding?
It's creating more conducive business environment.
Where? Which one?
Which particular one?
Opening special economic zones.
I think the finance bill...
Industrial parks.
I think the estimates on the finance bill is not on an expansion. At least not that we've seen tangibly. It's on the existing taxpayer. Now, this is where I want to bring in my IMF before we go to solutions. IMF has a very simple template when you come to this situation. They ask 3 things. Number 1, your debt, your tax to GDP. So this government has gone and said, oh, we are at GDP of 4.8. In the next financial year, we are going to grow. We are doing very well. We are going to go to 6.1.
We'll hit 6.1.
We are doing so well. Okay? So they say, okay, if you're doing so well, please raise your tax to GDP ratio. In fact, what I've seen from the IMF is that we are at 17%. They want us to get to about that rate of the shilling and the dollar to the central bank rate. What he was saying is that the government has been showing up the shilling.
Governments do that all the time.
Right, but IMF tells you, leave it alone.
Meaning, they're saying, leave it the vagaries of the free market, essentially telling you, leave it in free fall.
Yeah. Yes, which is informing, of course, now the increase of our debt. Okay. The third thing they tell you is they look at your local bonds and bills and they say, by the way, why are you being restrictive on your interest rates?
Open it up.
Open it up. We want to understand the free market position of Kenya. What exactly is the risk here? Okay? So if you saw the bonds and bills last week, right? They were oversubscribed for the first time.
Because
this year.
The interest?
They free fall. They accepted every bid. Okay? Now, those, as we had said earlier, are the red lights, red flags to disaster. Didn't we?
Yeah.
Shilling, tax, and bonds and bills, interest rate. Correct?
Correct.
That is where we are.
Kimeumana. Let's take a break.
Yeah.
26 minutes to 10.
No, is this too heavy?
Where are the antidepressants, Jimmy?
I'm coming.
Hey. Okay.
It's raining outside. It's
raining
inside.
Okay. Let's take a break. Jimmy Wanjege, businessman, politician, is here today, and he has been looking at our debt and our debt situation. He's been looking at our financial situation as a country, and he's here saying, you know, what I'm seeing, people, and what maybe others are seeing but are not saying, I'll come and say it. We are in the red, pure and simple. That's what Jimmy is saying. Now we want to see, so how do we get out of this red? And are the measures that are being proposed by the government making sense? 26 to 10, time for that traffic break. Good morning.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Business News, brought to you by I&M Bank. Get Kenya's largest unsecured personal loan of up to 10 million Kenya shillings from I&M Bank Kenya. Business News is sponsored by I&M Bank. Are you an employee in Kenya? Switch to I&M at work today and sign up to Kenya's largest unsecured personal loan today. We offer loan takeovers and top-ups with tenure recalculated from zero. Call 0719 088 000 today. I&M, tunakujali.
All right, the clock would say we're out of traffic hour, just a little bit here and there left on these streets. Gong Road had piled up quite some, but I think can get through without too much of an issue. Also looking much better on Jogo Road, as well as coming off of Waiakiwe. James Gishoro is still pretty busy. We're looking at traffic still heavy on Limuru Road, heavy on parts of the Thika Superhighway coming into Muranga Road, and Campbell Road is finishing it off as you get to Muthaiga Square right about now. Let's take a look at Rilo Dingaway that I packed up earlier. Looks all right. You should be able to get through that without a problem now. Okay, through the morning, talk to us on Spice FM KE on Twitter.
Business News with Spice FM.
I'm Dennis Aseto. Equity Group Holdings has received regulatory approval from the Insurance Regulatory Authority to set up a general insurance company. The general insurance business license application follows the successful launch of Equity Life Assurance Kenya, a life insurance business last year. In the 9 months that ELAK operated last year on receipt of product licenses, its gross written premium hit 3.99 billion shillings with 4.1 million issued policies and a profit after tax of 281 million shillings, among others. KCB Bank has dethroned Equity as the largest lender in the country by asset size on the back of an aggressive expansion of foreign subsidiaries. The lender's total assets stood at 1.55 trillion shillings in the year ending December, compared to Equity's total assets of 1.44 trillion shillings. However, KCB trailed Equity in profitability in the period, with KCB stating it did not include the full year profits from its recently acquired subsidiary in DRC. Government spent $1 billion plus on socio-economic projects to accelerate growth in Marsabit through the equalization fund that was earmarked for marginalized areas in 2017-2018 and 2018-2019 financial years to over 100 projects in the county. They are spread across the constituencies of Saku, Moyale, North Hor and Laisamis, with over 1.1 billion shillings pumped into health, energy, roads, water and sanitation sectors. Airtel Kenya has introduced affordable bundle plans targeting content creators such as TikTokers, dubbed A Reason to Imagine. Those into YouTube, Facebook and Instagram will also enjoy it. The new brand campaign replaces the previous tagline, the smartphone network, which has been used for a long time. Britam is looking for a support analyst with a bachelor's degree in science, engineering, computer science, with at least 2 years of experience working in a similar role. Suitable candidates are required to send their CVs and cover letter by 18th of May 2023. Visit jobs.digga.co.ke for more information on these and other jobs. Digga Jobs, your credible and trusted jobs partner.
Spice FM Business. Spice up your life. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
Minutes to 10. So 22 minutes now to get at least a bit of some good news. Hopefully it will be some good news, Jimmy.
Well, let me say this, Eric, that many times there's no joy without pain. You know, I was in Dubai before the crash during the time of the mortgage crisis. And the mood in Dubai at the time was that, oh, this mortgage crisis, no, it's not going to affect us.
It's an American thing.
It's an American thing. It's a European thing. It's not going to come to us. You know, in fact, here we have oil money in Abu Dhabi will be supported. I said, but this real estate here is founded on what? Foreign money and foreign buyers.
Mm-hmm.
And they all were saying, no, we will not fall, we will not fall. Let me tell you, 3 days after that, it crashed. And the queue at the airport of people fleeing was unbelievable.
People leaving Dubai.
Fleeing.
Why?
Because the real estate market just crashed.
The bubble burst.
The bubble burst. Now, these talks we're giving here are to really alert Kenyans that this thing does not come with too much fanfare. It comes all of a sudden. And you realize your life has changed.
But the warning signs are always there.
Ghana the good president even quoted Jeremiah 1:28 and said that no Ghanaian will lose anything. And this was, I think, the 4th of December. And in 22 days later, people had lost everything. The point I'm trying to make.
Beware of those who quote scripture.
Correct.
Prophets of doom.
This is coming. Okay, it is here with us. And maybe we should look at options that are on the table because this is a very serious crisis. The first option out of this, is, as I said, was the debt, odious debt. Because the biggest problem we have is paying this debt. Money, instead of going back to Wanjiko and Mora, is going to, let's say, 5,000 to 10,000 people out there. Right? Okay? Now, those in other terms will be called oligarchs out there. Now, CT, if you look at the debt in the financial year 2023-2024, what are the repayments at the bottom?
Public debt repayments at the bottom, that is the estimates for 2020, the year 2023-2024, 1.672 trillion.
An increase of how much from this year?
260 billion.
Yes.
There you go.
From 1.4 trillion this year,
yes,
to 1.6772 trillion.
Yes. And just in case one is wondering, these are the National Treasury and Planning statements, actual revenues and net exchequer issues as at the 20th of April 2023.
Okay, so now this is my question. The people who are giving you these numbers, they live in Kenya.
It's their job. They're
crunching the numbers. They're telling you exactly what's going on.
Yes.
Right? You don't have to really go far to find it because they're giving it to you.
Yes.
Right? It's there in the open.
Yes.
And it is a treacherous sea that we are trying to tread water in.
Yes.
And it seems to be all right. Like, it's okay.
Who is it all right for?
The numbers here, no problem.
Who is it
this is what
right
I'm saying. It seems to be all right.
Yes.
That it doesn't seem to be raising the alarm in the manner in which it ought to be. And this is the thing, that how can you be hurtling towards this stone very fast? And,
but does it
we're told that everything is going to be okay.
But does it not bespeak of people who may know exactly what we are discussing here, but they have competing interests that do not make these matters a priority?
They know where this money has gone. They know the circumstances under which money which was supposed to have been borrowed to use for development projects was not.
They do.
They know who moved this money.
They do.
And their job is to crunch
the
numbers.
They even know whom we are paying.
And
yes.
How can we sit pretty and just agree?
I think, dude, you've asked a very good question. Very good question. When this started, because I say the rain started beating us at the beginning of the last regime, the two anchors of central bank and treasury are still today the two anchors in central bank and treasury.
They've just changed places, really.
They just swapped places. So they know. They have knowledge of these facts. This is not a secret. What is difficult is the choices to be made. And really, there are three choices that I say. The last time I was here, I said taxes is one choice. And my belief, and I think there seems to be a growing consensus, is that we have reached our threshold of collection of taxes. You can't squeeze this cow anymore. There's no more milk. Okay? The other choice at the time I said was odious debt. We ring the bell on illegality and say we as Kenyans do not owe it, we never passed it. Look for the people who did that.
They should pay.
Let them be held to account. The third, which I want to introduce today, because I saw this question raised, is debt default. The option of debt default. We look at it like it's such a bad thing.
It's a bad thing, Jim.
Yes, but it is many times. Look at many companies in America. It's like filing Chapter 11. Bankruptcy. And dealing with the consequences. And many times you find a lot of those companies recover. They recover. Because what you get is called breathing space. We need breathing space. Because I can assure you restructuring here is a near impossibility in the time span that we need. Because now it is not Paris Club, just bilaterals. It is a myriad of debt. You have the London sovereign with the bonds, Eurobonds, which are almost 900 billion, right? 2 billion, yes, about 300 billion to be paid this coming financial year. You have the bilaterals that come under Paris Club, and then you've got Chinese debt. To put them all in a room to agree who is cutting off what and who you're saving from, I can tell you that's a very long discussion. So maybe, just maybe, we should not look at debt default as an entirely negative thing.
So you're saying it could be a viable option for the country?
Yes.
What would be the advantages of a debt default for Kenya?
We just talked about the debt this coming financial year of 1.6, almost 1.7 trillion shillings to be paid. If you look at the interest element of that, I think you can see the interest element on bonds, on Kenya shillings, on debt interest, bills, bonds, and others, is what?
For this particular one, it's around 572 billion.
No, at the top here. If you see 2023, 2024, I think top column, you can see interest. Yes, but they're both interest. So cumulatively, it's what? Because you have 572 and 146.
Cumulatively is 719 billion.
719 billion.
That is an immediate amount of money that you save.
If you do.
That's on interest.
Yes.
If you say we are in default.
It ceases.
If we say
we are in default.
We are in default.
Yes.
And agree to that.
Yes. We say here, and look at Ghana's situation. What Ghana said is that we're now switching your debts. Yeah, you give me your bonds and bills, right? Which was all this, including interest, and we issue with new ones. So they issued them with new ones, and it said this: we are not paying you your interest rate. Yes,
suspending it.
We're not paying you. We're issuing you with a new bond of this. We are suspending interest rate payments for the next 3 years.
Suspending.
No, hold on, CT. We are suspending forward interest rates, not backward, for the next 3 years. And in 3 years' time, we're going to give you a 3%. Not 15, 16%, which was the market at the time in Ghana.
We've renegotiated this thing completely.
Yes, we forcibly renegotiated.
We've forcibly taken away 12%.
Yeah.
Yes.
By virtue of the fact that you're owning up to, look, I can't pay.
I can't pay.
And extended the tenure.
And we are saying, take it or leave it. Okay? But what immediately happens is that you then have a bank crisis.
Yes.
And you have to deal with the bank crisis. And that's where now you come to the sovereign. So we have to take a hit, but we are taking a hit anyway.
It's not one hit. We're taking very many.
We're taking too many hits.
Yes.
So this may actually be, I saw the president say we are not going to default like it's a very bad thing. It is, yes, but it may be the only option. And maybe the sooner we do it, because all we are doing here is digging a hole.
Can I ask this question, Jimmy? From an international perspective, when you default, internationally, are they auctioneers?
Come and take.
You know. The first thing I'm saying is that are they auctioneers? Yes, that's why you now negotiate new terms under that default. All right, with those same auctioneers, and the biggest auctioneer, the person who brings the auctioneers to the table is the same IMF. Brings them all to the table, right? And you now show them a new plan.
I mean, you're willing to pay.
We're willing to pay. But, we need breathing space.
This is what we can afford.
Yes. Right? And give us time with various ways we'll grow this economy, we'll cover this debt. But for now, we need relief. Our people are squeezed to the limit. And we are prepared to squeeze them just a bit more, but we need this relief.
If we were to default, let's say we defaulted in the next financial year, we are expected to be paying 1.67 trillion shillings. Do we pay a shilling of it, or do we pay zero?
I'm saying the kind of negotiations we should have, because these are they're all individualistic.
What do we say? We are defaulting on our domestic debt, or we are defaulting on our external debt, or defaulting on all debt?
That's a good question. Let me take the example of Ghana, because that's the most recent. Right? And it's a good, because, our economies were at similar stages. So Ghana said we are defaulting on domestic.
Okay.
Right? And rescheduling foreign debt. So two different discussions. And they removed all interest and literally said, in 3 years' time, come back with your new bond I've issued you at a 30% discount. Take note. So if you had a 1 million shilling bond or 10,000 shilling bond, they said, now this is your new one of 7,000. This is your new one of 700,000. If it was 1 million. 30% discount. And you come back in 3 years, I'll give you this particular interest rate per year. That's what happened.
Okay.
So you had relief.
For 3 years.
You have now, they've negotiated relief, but it comes with a cost. Right? Currency drops. Inflation increases. They have an inflation rate now between 45, almost 50%.
Seriously.
In just a few months. All right? But it is called a bitter pain before relief, because it's coming. Now, which goes to your secondary question, which I think we should really articulate. If we do get this saving of, let us say, 1.7 trillion, are we going to make sure that this 1.7 goes to Mwananchi? That is where CT was asking a lot of questions of management. Are we going to make sure this 1.7 comes back to Wanjiko and Mora?
How will it?
Right.
How would it?
Right. That is where we must be very vigilant. Because I can assure you, if we do, this will change our economy in 3 years' time.
But there's several
this saving out of debt default will save our economy in 3 years' time. We don't need much here. Kenyans work very hard.
But there's something else that's happening as we default. Like you said, inflation shoots over the moon. Everything else is affected. It also means that it's affecting our capacity to raise revenue.
You see.
So our target, let's even go with our 1.8 trillion that we are raising this year. We are then unlikely to be able to raise 1.8 trillion shillings in that next financial year.
But you have relief on debt.
So we have relief on debt.
So you can give further relief.
So you can give trillion.
You can give further reliefs, right, to the same producer, because you now have relief on debt. You don't have to maintain such high taxation.
Okay.
Right? You can't go hand in hand, and I think that's what we are faced with right now. You have a government that has removed subsidies. And if you look at those subsidies, they've been targeted at 3 main items. One is fuel. One is electricity. And the next is food. Those are the 3 main items, maize meal. All right? The government removed subsidies on that. And out of it, they told us that they are making a saving of 200 billion shillings. All right? And then they've come back to increase our taxes. If they made a saving, why are they increasing their taxes? So we get double hits. In double hits, we cannot make ends meet. It's impossible. All right? So in this case, if there is a relief on debt, and that is removed from the debt of the government as an expenditure, then we must get some relief. We must get some relief.
Sure.
That counters a balance on the loss of exchange, on the increase in the inflation rate, and so on and so forth. That is a better relief than what we are currently going through. Because here, we are hit twice. The carpet removed below us, with subsidies being taken away, and then you come and load us with more taxation.
What I'd like to understand, Jimmy, is that if we were to follow this particular suggestion that you're making, we know that our banks keep making horrendous profits as a result of this business they do with the government. It means those profits will go down. Now, will we then see a situation similar to the one we saw in the Kibaki era, where because now, if the government does what you propose, I think you're smiling, it means then that the government will no longer be borrowing in the way that they borrowed. So perhaps the banks will then turn to the individuals and the businesses, put it this way, to their traditional business.
You hit the nail on the head. It means eventually interest rates will
come down.
Yes.
And they'll look for you and I
yes,
to spur our businesses. But we take a hit. It may last a few months, it may last a year. But that decision will eventually lead us to prosperity if this is managed well.
You're saying this would be a faster route to getting out of our quagmire?
Not only faster.
Less painful.
I'm saying it is probably the only way.
It's the only way. From what you're saying, it seems to be the only way to
All
go.
these other ways, this thing of raising taxes is there's no game here. There's literally no game here.
So raising taxes is not viable. Not even sustainable. It's not even viable.
It's not viable. They're just trying to kick the can down the road. But I can assure you, there's no way you're going to raise this money. Raise 2.8 this financial year. You're not going to do it. You're not even going to raise 2. So really, I mean, we're just continuing and prolonging the suffering of Kenyans without a proper decision. And it gets harder the more you postpone.
The closer you get to the next election.
No. Honestly,
this
Eric,
discussion relates
it's
to
now.
year.
This year. We're not even in 2027.
That's what I'm saying. You know, the more you kick the can down the road, the more difficult the decision for you to make, because you're getting closer to an election and accountability.
Yes, but you have mayhem.
Total.
You have mayhem. Now, this decision has huge political ramifications. Huge. And this is why you see the procrastination.
Which is worse, to have the eventuality which must come suddenly land on us and you have no control, as opposed to this one where you actually have a say as to what happens on a day-to-day basis.
This is better.
Yes.
But it has huge political ramifications. As I said, you've got players who have been there.
Yeah.
Would you trust the same players?
But
Wananchi will become, and those same players now will be saying, no, what Jimmy is proposing is madness.
But Jimmy, there is no escaping the political ramifications. There's no escaping.
Yes.
You procrastinate, the ramifications will be there. And the only problem is, it'll be out of your control.
Yes.
Completely.
Yes.
This one, you have a say. And even as you negotiate with our lenders, you can negotiate with the citizens.
Correct. You've taken control.
Yes.
All right?
Yeah.
Now, it's a question of whether the citizens will believe you, trust you.
Right.
And now we get into very serious politics.
Yeah.
But I can assure you here, and Kenyans at large, this decision is coming one way or the another.
We have to face this thing head on.
We have to bite the bullet.
Okay. It will come.
Yes.
Jimmy says we are here. We are at that point. We have got to cross to the other side. We can't turn back.
Now, at that point, we start talking about what are these bright lights that can spur this economy? What is our production basket? Where are we going to make this difference from? Where are we going to change our lives? And we focus on production. I want to give just one quick example. One quick one. Because I'm a coffee drinker, and I told you I'm a coffee grower. Coffee in this country today is only 35,000 tons worth of production. It used to be 140,000 tons worth of production. And coffee, if you look at the amount of money, revenue that it did foreign exchange last year, was only 20 billion. Now, a coffee farmer today, and I've seen them crying, are getting between 109 shillings per kilo to 70 shillings per kilo. That same coffee I don't know how much time we have, but
2 minutes.
2 minutes.
We're already into
quickly,
the news.
quickly with your pen. Quickly. No, do is better with math.
With a calculator.
Yes. All right. Yes. Now, 1 kilo is selling at 100 shillings, let's say, right? And a tree normally gets about 3 kilos, right? That's how much per tree?
300.
300,
yeah.
Right? So you look at an acre, it has 500 trees. So times 500.
300 times 500. 150,000.
150,000. That's what a farmer gets per year. And you look at that and you say half of that is cost.
75,000.
Right? So he's living on that per year. It's nothing
75,000
for that farmer.
Yes.
Okay? He can't make ends meet for his life and his family.
It's about 6,250.
Now, the same coffee, especially now with the new legislature that is there, right? The same coffee is sold in the international market at 11 euro. 11 euro is about 1,700 shillings. 1,700 shillings.
Yeah.
So take 1,700 per kilo times 3.
5,100.
Times 500. How much do you get?
2.5 million.
Right. So the farmer goes 1 acre from 170 to 2.5. Just getting direct to the market. On green leaf. I'm talking about green bean, sorry. Not even the finished product. All right? But why doesn't he do that? Because in between,
there are these mongrels.
And there are only 3 of them. Right? Right? There are only 3 that have been milling, marketing, and buying. Right? For the last 40 to 50 years. Right?
Yep.
Now, you imagine if that product was taken from 35,000 tons, right, to 75,000 tons at those values. You immediately are talking about a very different situation.
Indeed.
In terms of foreign exchange, which means that there will be greater demand for the shilling because we must create demand for the shilling so that it stops falling. I'm giving you one example. You can go on and I have a list. You can go on and on and on and literally change with what we have today in this country. Everybody's life. Production. That's where our eyes should be.
That should be our focus.
Yes.
Thank you, Jimmy. Thank you. You're telling us where our focus should be after having hit us with all those other bad news. But thank you. Jimmy Wanjege, politician, businessman, has been our guest this morning. We've extended into the news hour. We apologize for that. But thank you for tuning in to